We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the Souq Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart shone through his everyday life.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked the CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo early into the Adeniji Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. Souq Enlightenment.
Makes a hole in a stone, not by force, but by consistent dripping. Nothing describes this woman more apt than her indomitable and consistent drive for excellence. Born Bilikisu Abiodun Moturayo Omobalanle Adekola on December 24, 1962, into the family of Alhaji Abdulmoshood Adekola, the first grandson of the first Alhaji in the city of Ibadan, and a Cameroonian mother, Mrs. Hannah Aduke Adekola, in the ancient city of Ibadan, Oyo State. While her mother was still pregnant with her, left for England to further his education. And while she was pretty much young, her mother left the country to go join her husband, to return while she was 8 years. Meanwhile, she was left to be cared for by her grandmother. She was registered in a private boarding primary school at the age of 4.
My parents had me. My father went off to England to go to school before I was born. He left my mother pregnant with me. My mother had me, and before I was a year old, left to join her husband in England, and I was left with my grandmother. I grew up with my grandmother before my parents came back like 8 years after. Spent my first, from at age 4 or 5, I was sent into a boarding nursery school. I lived in boarding school at a very early age because my parents wanted to protect me from becoming a local Ibadan girl.
And she usually attributes these to her early independence and wisdom. Omo Agbanimi, some of her friends sometimes poke fun at her wisdom, which is way beyond her age.
I was raised by my grandmother, so I'm a bit of an old woman in my brain, in how I think, as my friends say.
Her foray into business started at a very young age at her grandmother's shop where she sells salt. Little did she know that this was going to stand her in good stead in life.
My first exposure to business was my grandmother's little shop where she sold salt. And I used to love to sit behind her little kiosk and help her to sell the salt. But who knew I was being trained for business in my future?
While at secondary school, she participated in the literary debating group, excelling in it, which made her consider a career in law, though that didn't last. Also, it is worthy of note that Ibukun Awoshika could hold her own in athletics, earning her the nickname Rabbit because she could really run.
As an athlete, if you want to run, and I used to be fast, they used to call me the Rabbit.
Unsure of what career path she was going to settle for, she considered becoming many things at one point or the other of her life. After secondary school, she thought of becoming a medical doctor, but she couldn't stand the sight of a cadaver, so she let go of that idea. Later on, architecture was another fancy that caught her attention. Similarly, she also considered becoming a chartered accountant. Finally, only see she could work in a bank.
I thought I wanted to be a doctor. Then I found out that they work with real dead bodies. I changed my mind very quickly. I then thought, you know what? I'd like to be an architect. I was good in sciences and had a problem if parents sentence you to science when you're good at both. So I ended up in Ife to study chemistry. By the end of my first year, I realized how much I hated chemistry. I could pass it, but I didn't love it. So then I thought, you know, I'd make a good lawyer. I debated throughout school. I used to represent my school in school's debate. So everybody knows that I can win an argument. So I gave it everything trying to change to law. I used to go and sit outside the door of the dean of law. And then one day the man said, come, what do you want? I want to change to law. Is that why you've been sitting outside of my office? Yes, sir. Okay, if I only take one person from another department next year, it will be you.
After the completion of her undergraduate degree at the University of Ife, she went for the compulsory one-year National Youth Service Corps (NYSC) in Kano State, where she worked as an audit trainee at Akintola Williams & Co., which later became Deloitte.
For youth service, I did everything to make sure they sent me to an accounting firm. They first sent me to a Muslim school to go and teach. That was easy to solve. I just wore a dress off my shoulder. I went to report. I was immediately rejected. Once they rejected me, I went back to the posting room and waited there for days until they sent me to Akintola Williams & Co.
Although she was later given full employment after a service year, she felt becoming an accountant wasn't a thing.
You would have thought that having gone through all that trouble, accounting would be the love of my life. When I got there, within the 1 year of my youth service, I realized how boring accounting is to me. Because they had all the processes somebody else had thought about before. All I had to do was open old dusty files from company to company without imagination or initiative. I'm a very restless human being. That was not going to work. So I finished the work. I did well. They offered me permanent employment, but I said, thank you, but no thank you. Why? Because at that moment, I had come to a realization that that was not the vision for my life.
After returning home, she joined Alibert Nigeria Limited, a furniture company, as showroom manager, in a word, only to kill time. She only stayed for 3.5 months. She left to begin a furniture manufacturing company called Quibis Limited in 1989, just months before her 26th birthday. The company later grew into Souq Chair Center Limited, following a venture merger with Souq SA and Guarantee Trust Bank in 2004.
But the first job I could find 1 week after was in a furniture company. So I went there to kill time. My kill time project has resulted in 30 years of investment of my life in building a manufacturing group in furniture. So it was never the plan of my life. So some of you will accidentally find your purpose.
One could only wonder what had led her not only to compete, but to thrive in a male-dominated terrain. With over 30 years in business, Ibukun Awoshika is a woman to reckon with, encouraging more women to participate in the business terrain. Her passion to see the girl child not just to be educated, but much more to learn to own our own value and trade with it when there is need for it. Her lifelong ambition is to see herself die empty.
My biggest ambition in life is to die empty. Totally empty. That no talents, no giftings, no opportunities, nothing that I was born to do, that I have the capacity to do, that I do not do.
Following her remarkable achievements, she's been conferred with different doctorates, including one in business, entrepreneurship and human capacity development from the Lagos State University, Ojo. Similarly, she was given a honorary doctorate of business administration from the Obafemi Awolowo University and another from the Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwoye, Ogun State. Apart from her entrepreneurial prowess, Ibukun Awoshika is an ordained minister of the gospel, a presenter, writer, and a TV host.
The Bible tells us that let every man be what? A liar. And let who alone be true? Let God alone be true.
She hosts a television program called Business His Way. Also, she acted in the 2020 Kunle Afolayan movie titled Citation, which in addition to the books she had written, including Business His Way, The Girl Entrepreneur, The Girls in the Boardroom, and My Thoughts in Codes. In 2004, she earned a certification in Business Administration and Management from the IESE Business School. She's also the chairperson of the Novel Nigeria Office for Philanthropy and Impact Investment. She has consistently encouraged women to take up more leadership positions without compromising their values and integrity. In 2005, she was appointed the MD CEO of Souq SA of France, GTB PLC, the Chair Center Limited, and some local investors after the ban of the importation of furniture by the federal government of Nigeria in 2004. Furthermore, it is noteworthy to note that she independently established another ultra-modern furniture facility, Furniture Manufacturers Mart in Ikeja, Lagos. In 2008, she was among 5 Nigerian entrepreneurs who appeared in the first African version of the Dragon's Den. Unlike a great deal of others who knew exactly what they wanted to do from the beginning, she admitted to accidentally finding purpose. Ibukun Awoshika is a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, a member of the board of Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Fund, a former chairperson of the board of trustees of Women in Management, Business and Public Service, and a member of the IESC's International Advisory Board. Furthermore, she sits on the board of Digital Jura Limited and Cabri Nigeria PLC. Additionally, she's a fellow of the African Leadership Initiative and Aspen Global Leadership Network. History was made on the 7th day of September 2015. Following the resignation of Prince Ajibola Afonja, she became the first female chair of the First Bank of Nigeria in its 126 years of existence. Ibukun Awoshika's Octo-Nigerian father, Abdul Moshood Adekola, who was a great influence in her life, passed on the 20th April 2020 after serving the Lord as an usher at the Fountain of Life Church in Ilupeju. He was a Muslim convert. He was converted few days before his 60th birthday. She got married on her 28th birthday to Abiodun Awoshika, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Excel Exploration and Production Company Limited, and they are blessed with 3 fine young men, Oludola, Olufishika, and Olamiposi. To celebrate a life of impact at 60, friends and mentees surprised Awoshika by building the Ibukun Awoshika Sports Center at our beloved secondary school, Methodist Girls High School, Yaba, Lagos. This project took about 6 months to complete and had some of our mentees like Tara Durutoye, Ndidi Okuanu, Chichi Nwoko, and Bisola Runsewe. They marshaled it alongside a team of other successful people. She stands like Joshua upon the pinnacle of the Horeb, looking to command an army of a new generation of women entrepreneurs that wouldn't stop at anything to achieving their God-given dreams. For her, she believes that regardless of how illustrious her career is and how successful she could ever get in life, her family and husband remain the most important gift in her life. Ibukun Awoshika. Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade, and later under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an Armed Forces Remembrance Cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Markets, Souq Enlightenment. Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekpetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with a daily service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as executive governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakande, Souq Enlightenment. The National Theatre, Igomu. Built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, Festac, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of a legendary contemporary Nigerian artist, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged Festac 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art,
bring that up because today is 14th February 2025, and you know what? Globally, people would like to be adorned in the colors red and white today, just to commemorate February 14th as Valentine's Day. Well, people have different meanings for Valentine's Day. We'll talk more about that later on the show. I am Blessing Aichi, and this is a special edition, not just because it's the edition that falls on Valentine's Day. It is Friday. Thank God it's Friday. You know how we get all EP and happy when it's Friday, because that marks the end of the working week. Okay? My guys are here, but they refuse to wear red and white, so I do not know if that is a sign that they do not want to give anybody gifts today. But I will collect gifts from both of them, from Dr. Dausa Osamaze and Priye Krumale. Good morning, gentlemen.
Well, I was looking for anybody to promise gift and I didn't see it. So
I
said, okay, let me
Where
just,
was I? How did I become invisible?
Let me just be on my own. Good Nigeria, it's good to be here again on the front burners.
Yes, Priye.
Good morning to you, Blessing.
So what happened to the red and white?
Good morning to you. It's in my mind, actually.
It's in your mind?
Yes.
But I hope the gift is not in your mind.
The gift. Of course, I've given lots of gifts this morning.
When did you become Santa Claus?
I've given in fact, when you came into, I gave you a gift.
What gift? Because I didn't receive any.
Compliment.
Okay, leave that thing. You answer me.
Compliment. A very nice compliment, like you were looking.
Ladies, I give up today. You are not going to accept compliment as a gift.
It's
like
a
I
gift.
said.
For Val, when you're giving compliment to a lady who is dressed for the season, it's a gift. And
I think Blessing has given the verdict some days back that they should do beyond boxers and singlets.
Well,
and we are looking up to that, we will see beyond boxers and singlets today.
Well, we intend to carry about a scale, so we would weigh the value of your gift. That determines whether you're entitled to more than singlets and boxers. But today is not all about Valentine. There are some very serious issues to attend to, and one of them too is the business of Valentine. But let's get to what the headlines are saying this morning as we move to news headlines analysis. The 2025 budget of 54.99 trillion naira. I wish that 99 had just completed so that we would have 55 trillion naira. But the 2025 budget of 54.99 trillion naira has finally been passed by both the Senate and the House of Representatives. A breakdown of the budget shows 3.645 trillion naira for statutory transfers, 14.317 trillion naira for debt servicing, 13.64 trillion naira for recurrent expenditure, and 23.96 trillion naira capital expenditure. You can call that development fund, with fiscal deficit put at 13.08 trillion naira. Doc and Priye, you know, when the president increased the budget from about 49 trillion naira to over 54 trillion, almost 55 trillion, Nigerians were hopeful and were thinking at a time that perhaps with the surplus that had come in from government's revenue, the deficit would be reduced. But then the president had to come up with some other things that the government wants to spend for, and so the deficit remains at 13.08 trillion naira. Are you satisfied with the component of the 2025 budget which has just been passed?
Well, I think I'm overly satisfied that the National Assembly has eventually reviewed the increase on the budget and is passed. Some people had argued that they would have just passed the old one and then maybe add this one to supplementary. In my view, and I think the government is in huge search for legitimacy, and there's so much trust deficit in the system. What that means to me is that as additional funds are coming into the coffers of government, every fund that government has had to be budgeted, and that for me is where the joy really lies. That of course government was sincere enough to declare that they had an additional source of revenue that could be expended in this fiscal year. That said, I knew from day one that it's not going to reduce deficit because the budget itself is very cautious. Like some people had argued that Nigeria need to borrow itself out if it wants actually to meet the yearnings and aspirations of Nigerians, as it were. So at 54 trillion, we are still very cautious about what we are doing, because when you put that side by side, the infrastructure deficit that the nation currently suffers, you will know that this is like a drop of water inside an ocean. Because, like I have always said, Augusto said, Nigeria need to spend between $80 billion to $150 billion annually for 30 years if we must meet our deficit in terms of infrastructure. Now, when you factor this 54 billion, you see that it's not even up to 30 billion in terms of its dollar value. And so it cannot even meet what Augusto is proposing we should do in 30 years to be able to meet or cover the lost ground in terms of building critical infrastructure that will bring the hope and the aspirations of Nigerians alive. So what we have seen is that government sees additional money, and of course, all the avenue where this money is to be spent is not there. Because if you give us extra money now, if you give us $1 trillion as we speak, there are a whole lot of projects that will take them up. And we are not in want of project because there's so much that has not been done. So to that extent, I feel that the transparency in the system is what excites me, that at least government was sincere enough to say, oh, we have additional source of revenue than the allocations which has been made. But, well, deficit will always be there because the trade deficit between us and other nations in terms of what we earn in dollars and hard currencies. So you are looking at that trading balance will always reflect in our deficit. So much borrowing is still happening. People are worried about the oversubscription of the Euro bond, which added about 7 trillion to our debt profile. And all this are happening, and we're saying that government is also doing its best to ensure that at the end of the day, the nation actually is better off for it.
Talking about Eurobonds, so that's instruments of raising fund. Eurobonds versus treasury bills, which would you subscribe to, given the exchange rate and what it takes later on to actually give back to those who had invested into it?
Well, I will advise, for me, I would like the government to go through both.
Okay.
Because both of them are a source of revenue to the government. No, not source of revenue, given our debt profile. So for me, when I looked at the budget that was recently passed, one thing I want to consider, and some of the salient issues I want to point out, is that our recurrent expenditure, our budget deficits, and our debt servicing, they are almost all the same thing. Our budget deficit is about 13 trillion naira. Our recurrent expenditure is about 13 trillion naira, and our recurrent expenditure, I think, should be about 14 trillion naira. So they're all the same thing. For me, I was expecting, though I asked the question the other time, if we are getting 1.2 trillion naira as a way of revenue from the Federal Inland Revenue Service, we are getting 1.2 trillion naira from the Nigerian Customs Service as an additional revenue, which was one of the motivating factors that led to the government having a supplementary budget, and we are getting 1.8 trillion naira from other government-owned enterprises that, the accumulation of which gave us about 4.5 trillion naira thereabout. I was expecting that our budget deficit was going to go down. So if it didn't go down and it remained static, it calls to mind that some of the project that was not there earlier before, when the budget was presented about 47 or 49 trillion naira thereabout, some of the project that wasn't there were brought in there. Some new projects are currently in the budget now. And we must begin to think that if we are going to have additional or supplementary budget, it should reflect on the capital. It should reflect on capital expenditure. And the reason why I want to advocate that it goes through capital expenditure, because since time immemorial, our recurrent expenditure has been above our capital expenditure until recently, about two administrations ago, and I can say from towards about 2-3 and to former President Buhari's administration, and being continued by the current administration, where we started having our current expenditure, our capital expenditure exceeding our recurrent expenditure. I am not equally oblivious of the fact that the government, the current administration, had to take up some economic reforms which made it reflect this way. Floating the naira is part of it, and also, will I call it removing the fuel subsidy? Well, removing the fuel subsidy because now we started having revenue accumulation both to the federal government and to the state governments. So these are some of the issues. So if these new projects that has been reintroduced into the budget, they do not fall on the capital expenditure for building of infrastructure that could result to the country making more revenue, then I think it means that our debt profile is still going to mount, and we should look for ways to quell that.
Okay, if we're talking about the components
I was quickly just to respond to the last question that you put between Treasury bills and Eurobond, which is actually better, but it's also to look at what role each plays here. Here, Treasury bill, your people are giving you money, but domestic people are giving you money, and that's in naira. And Eurobond is foreigners actually participating in your gateway to borrowing. So what that means also is that foreigners are also gaining confidence in Nigeria, looking at the short period of that offer and how much was oversubscribed. It means that people are also gaining confidence in our economy. And of course, it opened doors for the receipt of foreign currency that could also help us ameliorate the challenges that we face in terms of our FX management. So to that extent, and I think it is better really for government to look at it, but we must also be wary so that we don't over-accumulate foreign debt that will become a problem for us in terms of servicing and the rest of it in the following year.
So about the budget, let's look at what's for statutory transfers, and that's 3.6 trillion. You know that there's some agencies that have to receive funds even before others, but the question of some of these agencies performing actually in line with the aim for which they were set up is another question. Should we begin to look at begin to assess some of government agencies and then look at how well they are performing? If there are some that should be scrapped, there are some that should be merged. Now, this conversation of merging, scrapping agencies of government have been a recurrent one, even with the Oronsaya reports, and afterwards, some Nigerians feel like some agencies are duplicated, and there is a need to streamline the number of agencies that we have. The statutory transfer alone is gulping 3.6 trillion naira.
Well, I think there are some agencies that the Constitution says this is the exact amount you are going to give to it. There are no negotiation about it. For example, the Nigerian Judicial Council. You have UBEC, a Universal Basic Education Fund. You have the Nigeria Data Development Commission. So these are agencies set up by law, and the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria require that this agency get their money on the first line charge. So what that means is that you don't negotiate it. As money comes, you can't even add that to what you are going to share. It's pushed to those agencies so that they can retain some level of autonomy or independence in terms of determining what their own budget will be and not determine from elsewhere. So that's a component of the statutory transfer. So you're also thinking that we are living in a federation where we are saying that the three arms of government, the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature, should have some semblance of separation of powers so that one can oversee the activities of others, and nobody is trying to muzzle the other. So for you to get some independence and autonomy for the judiciary, it's quite important that you don't have to make sure that it's the executive that determine what their budgets are. So the Constitution says send the money straight to the judiciary, they determine their own budgets. So I think that's why you find that the judicial institution in Nigeria is massive, given the size of the country and its topography and the various systems of education that we find that are in place. So this is what goes into the judiciary, what goes to the Nigeria Data Development Commission, for example, and now, of course, other regional development commissions are also part of this now, because the law is what is setting them up and said this percentage of our annual revenue must get into these people so that they can be developed.
That's the 13%.
Let's take a look. Let's take a look at some of the agencies that benefit from statutory transfers in Nigeria. The National Judicial Council, like you've mentioned, NJC. We also have the Niger Development Corporation, Niger Delta Development Corporation, Universal Basic Education, National Assembly, Public Complaints Commission. Let's look at Public Complaints Commission. What's actually their role? What do they do, actually? Maybe Priya can enlighten us.
You complain.
You complain.
In fact, excuse me. The National Complaints Commission more serves like the ombudsman that we were, supposed to complain to, and it's a federal agency that is established, I think, by the Constitution. So it's where we're supposed to report dissatisfactions and maybe complaints that you receive from public corporations and federal institutions. And it was supposed to be an agency, set up to protect people and protect the rights of people and give listening ears to. But for long, just the way I had been crying out for the operations and the functions of the National Orientation Agency, which, if I make any comparison, I would say the National Orientation Agency is doing far better than the Public Complaints Commission. And it's one of those institutions that we need to call, that the legislative arm of government would need to call to give a 5 years, if not 10 years report of their activities.
No, they do give their report, submit their spendings to the office of the.
I'm not even talking about the spending. I'm talking about the carrying out of their functions.
Of course, they are there. They are functioning. You see, what you need to understand that Nigeria is a federation, and being a federation, we also have a 3-tier federation, which of course you have the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature. Just take it for example. He who pays the piper dictates the tune. Now, if everybody is supposed to report what is not done well, whether it's at National Assembly, whether it's at the executive level, or whether it's even at the judicial level, to an ombudsman who monitors what everybody is doing. And then, of course, they are at the mercy of the Executive Council to determine their budget. Then, of course, you can expect some bias in terms of judgment. So why is the Constitution separating them? Because they are a watchdog to the other 3 tiers of government. And to that extent, they need some level of autonomy and independence. It's just like the universal basic education that has to cut across the 3 tiers of government, the federal, state, and the local government. Now, there's a statutory allocation that gets into these places. How this is disbursed is not the function of the executive arm. That commission determine how to spend their money. And I think this is what it is all about. You may not have to deal with the Nigerian Complaint Commission, but I can tell you civil servants are bombarding them with reports and reports and reports on a daily basis. And the people are working and they are doing their work within the ambit of the law. But because they are not like police you see on the road, you wouldn't know whether they are working. And I think the fact that you don't see them...
they don't make the news.
They don't make the news.
They don't make the news in the sense that we have not heard where a PAMSEC or a chief financial operation officer or any of the executive level or maybe down level staff will report some form of complaints to them, and they take it up And
Yeah,
we don't see it.
They are not a judicial body.
No, they are not.
And to that extent, even if you
carry out judicial activities.
Even if you have to report cases to them, what they do is that they do their due diligence on the cases and send it to the appropriate quarters to do the thorough investigation. So, but what it is that so that the people who are reporting are shielded. That's why you don't want to go to expose yourself to the police or DSS or other paramilitary organizations. So it comes to them and they process it and represent and shield just like people talk about the whistleblower principles
policy.
Today. So you go to the ombudsman, they are the judge and able to say, okay, this is right, this is not right, this is what your problems are, and they treat it, especially when it comes to the violations of the rights and privileges of public officers. So that is why they deal with public officers, not really with the general public. And so to that extent, you will not see what they are doing, but on a day-to-day basis, you find that their office are inundated with complaints
and reports.
Yes, and they are working and they are doing their work silently because they are not they are in the back end, like they say, behind the scene. You hardly will see what their operations are, but they do require a number of funding to be able to carry out this assignment. But why is it on the first line charge? Is because autonomy needs to be for them to do their work and do it very well. Whether the work is done well or not is a different thing. But the intention of the Constitution is to ensure that they are financially independent of the other tiers of government so that they can do things without fear or favor.
Okay, I think that whether or not they do their job well should also be a concern, because if an agency is put on first line charge and they are being budgeted for, then we should also look at how effective they carry out their job. There are millions, according to them, there are millions of complaints and cases that they receive that needs resources to pursue. But I think that there should also be scrutiny on these agencies to know exactly what they're doing, how effective they are. Like the Niger Delta Development Commission and so many other commissions that have been set up for different regions, I think such light should be beamed, and there's not enough for us to be allocating monies to these agencies, whereas the effect of these agencies are not really being felt by Nigerians. These monies could as well go for some other purposes. That's why I raised the question of the Public Complaints Commission. What exactly do they really do? So I think that even if they're not set up for the public directly, but for public offices, for complaints about private companies and or about the government, we should also be they should also be in the news. Like, let's know, let Nigerians know this is taxpayers' money, this is Nigeria's money that are going to these agencies. Let us also know what is happening within those agencies. That's the point here. Let's move on now. The Senate President and other lawmakers have criticized the implementation of the single payment system, saying it is an obstacle to Nigeria's economic development. The centralized payments policy, which requires over 700 ministries, departments, and agencies to process payments through a single office, according to them, has led to inefficiencies, delayed project completions, and diminished public trust, especially in constituencies expecting the execution of critical infrastructure projects. What's your take on this, Priya? You know, when former President Muhammadu Buhari came on board, he introduced the Treasury Single Account, the TSA, and so at that time, every agency of government had to pay to a single account, and then that also created some bottleneck in these agencies having access to the fund. But there was a reason why there was the single account. So now the lawmakers are complaining about the single payment system, saying that it has led to inefficiencies. How do we resolve this? Because something must have happened that results to this.
I want to even say that the single payment system idea was started from the previous administration that Mr. Buhari inherited. And I don't think it has bottlenecks. It's a system that will promote efficiency. It's a system that will bring some form of transparency in the dealings of the finances of the ministries, departments, and agencies, most especially the ones that are generating funds for the government. Now, when this initiative came to the fore and the investigation went in to start, on a lot of dirt was unraveled. Why did I call them dirt? Some agencies have more than 8 accounts that monies are being made payment, most especially fund generating institutions. Some have more than 10. And this, they seem to lack a unified and structural way of financial operation. Sometimes some of the government functionaries could just sign some transfers, some financial dealings without the knowledge or complicit with some other government functionaries within the same institution. And these were the rods that were unraveled during that time. And immediately President Buhari came to the saddle, he rectified it, and it became in operation. Even though some ministries, departments, and agencies complained, members of the National Assembly also complained, but it operated for a while, and we saw that some form of foul play, was exposed. Some foul play and some foul dealings was exposed that some government agencies and some government functionaries were engaged in, where monies are being transferred to personal accounts. We cannot forget the one that happened recently. There's been a ministry that was headed by one of the ladies. Now, so if the single payment system is going to rectify all that and has done a little bit to clean the stable, now we are complaining that it breeds in inefficiency and that the bottlenecks are too much. Let's not forget that bureaucracy is not completely bad. I first of all think that bureaucracy, first of all, within the annals of public administration, was set up in place to make sure it carries out check among the governing authorities, to make sure that if a document is going to be passed or signed, you must have at least 2 or 3 functionaries that will append their signature to that document in order to make room for transparency and for it to be in the glare of everyone that is concerned to see the dealings and the transactions that it will entail. Now, the reason why it is now called bottleneck, red tapeism, is because some human factors set in whereby some people may use that as an instrument against the other organization or the other institution by refusing to append the signature and intentionally delaying the move or the fluidity of the passage of those documents. So bureaucracy was put in place to carry out checks. If the minister is going to sign, the accountant will be aware. Of course, he himself is going to append the signature. The Bureau of Public Procurement, they are going to be aware. They will append their signature. So it's not a backhand dealing. Because all this bureaucracy or all these roadblocks are set in place for transparency, for openness, is now being abused. That is why people now, twisted it like bottlenecks, bureaucratic.
Okay, so when there is abuse in a system.
Yes, so
I'm taking this question now to Doc. When there is abuse in a system that was set up to curtail abuse in the first instance, how do we remedy that?
Well, I don't think it's principally abuse that's the issue. Like Priya has mentioned, we just have to understand why was bureaucracy necessary. 2 factors necessitated the establishment of bureaucracy. The first is indiscipline, where you find that people you give assignment to, they can compromise and use public resource for personal gain. And to that extent, there was a need to put system and structures in place to ensure the role belonged to everybody and no one person appropriates it. Then there was also the issue of incompetence, where you have to give an assignment to somebody and then you align this person to process this assignment, but you don't have competence to do that job. And what that means is that if there's no second eye to oversee what this person has done, then of course an error is committed and the state becomes liable because such individual is acting on behalf of the state. And it is these two factors that really necessitated Max Weber in conceptualizing what today we call bureaucracy, so that you put some check in place so that people. Now the question we have to ask ourselves, especially against the backdrop of the complaint of the Senate President, is that have we been able to deal with the issue of inefficiency or incompetence? And I think the answer is still obviously no. Now, are we having more disciplined public officers? The answer cannot be yes in the affirmative. And to that extent, the need to put some controls measure in place is quite very important. Let's even look at, for example, processing things and doing them as fastly as possible. Now, auditors won't get this report until maybe after 3 or 4 years. And so once these things are treated so quickly and they pass, what you're going to get is that you will have multiple of these things happening before they are discovered. And that's not just
and
quite
sometimes
right.
it's quick for those who are culpable to
Yes,
get out of the system.
and get out of the system. So putting those checks in place, yes, no matter how slow it looks like for MDA to process, and I think is also the fact that we also need the MDAs themselves to be as realistic as possible on placing demands on this payment system. Don't forget that the system has to also check whether these guys are complying with the extant rules and regulations that govern such a payment. And so it's not just that this is actually processed via the internet, of course, which of course is faster as of today. Now you may talk about that we have weak infrastructure in terms of internet, but that is a different conversation. But the fact that somebody needs to see that these things are done well, that we don't just leave it at the discretion of public officer. And I think to that extent, we should just manage what we have at the moment while we improve the process. So we don't need, because that some people are complaining, because saying, oh, our constituency want this thing done like yesterday. If plans and strategy are put in place, some of all this bottleneck can be dealt with. Look at what we see in public service, which is really very worrisome. Now, when you go to ministries and department and agency, everybody is very, very comfortable now. There's nothing happening. Nothing's happening. Now, things start to happen from September, October, November. And we have a 12-month calendar year where things are supposed to happen in January, some things are supposed to happen in February, some things are supposed to happen in across the month. But now all the activity, you shift it toward the end of the year, knowing fully well that at the end of the year, at the 1st of December, you are supposed to refund every money that you have not spent. Now you are putting pressure on the payment mechanism. And now you are complaining that it's slow. So I think it is that balance that National Assembly need to look at. That why are we pushing all our spending toward the end of the year? Why are they not evenly distributed? So that activities kick off as the budget year kick off. So because the people who are pushing this thing toward the end of the year sure have some intentions. Because when you are rushing and pushing and you create a kind of confused environment, so many things can pass unnoticed. And I think this is what they should be more worried about rather than the system and the structure itself. Because if it's given 12 months to process all this payment, we won't have some of these delays that I talked about.
But don't you think that the delay in the passage of the budgets, which also delays allocation getting to the MDs and then the processing the payment through a single system, is part of the problem here? It is not, because the law has accounted for that. The Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria says no matter how much you delay the budget, you can spend up to 60-70% of your previous year's budget.
Because you are the agency generating the money, and your money is passed through what they call it, the treasury single account, and through remitter, and it is in your account. It's not as if it's a warehouse. So when you need that money, you write to the office of the accountant general that, yes, I want to execute this project, I need this money out for me. So it's not as if that you put it in a common purse and therefore government will now be distributing. No, it is your own personal account, but domiciled in the CBN. So what that means is that all the money that comes to you, all the allocation that is come to you is in there. So you can spend up to a certain percentage of the previous year budget. So it actually has made provision, and that's why you also say that even, for example, this budget 2024 is extended to terminate up to July. So what this means is that the law envisages some of all these bottlenecks, but I can tell you for certain that it is deliberate to some extent, or some MDAs who will push the activities, because at the end of the day, and go and check it, most of these things that are happening toward the close of the year, they don't even have the intention of doing things where the law wants it. And so we put pressure unnecessarily on a system that should be naturally seamless.
Okay. I agree with I subscribe to what Doc said, and I think Pri also alluded to that there is a need for that bureaucracy. It is to check the excesses of some public servants. Yes, it is good. But what the Senate President is calling for is an overhaul of the system for better efficiency. So I think where certain things perhaps need to be digitalized, they should be. Where we can improve the process, it should be, so that while bureaucracy is in place, it is not acting as a stumbling block.
Yes, one of the disadvantages of bureaucracy, Doc referred to something quite significant and important, where it is the requirement of the ministries, departments, and agencies, or any government institution to make a refund back to the state, the central account, for monies that they've not spent when the budgeting year, has elapsed. There was a time in Delta State, and it was a national issue, where one of the past governors were fingered for corruption and for looting the monies that was made for the state development for personal use and was transferred to another account. So through the instrument of the Economics and Financial Crimes Commission in conjunction with the Interpol, these monies were recovered. So it resulted to a court case. The Attorney General from Delta State, the Attorney General from the federal government, including other law enforcement agencies, started dragging the money. So they were making arguments that according to the law, the budgeting year has already elapsed. So this money should not be in the coffers of Delta State, or should not be used by Delta State again. It should be returned back to the central government's purse, which is what the law stated. And that's bureaucracy to check. No, just a moment, Doc, please. Let me just land. So there was an argument, and the Attorney General of Delta State and the Delta State government came out and said, look, this money, that's the new government, not the previous government that looted the money. The new government now said, look, according to the law, that is what it stated. However, this money was given in custody of the chief executive to spend for the betterment of the state, but it was misappropriated. Now this money is now back. So if it were if it were used for the specific reason that the state disbursed it, we would have used it for developmental purpose. So give us back the money, because we have projects on ground to use it. But the argument from the central government now said, no, according to the law, this is that the budgeting year has expired. And they're like, so we should return the money. So there was this argument, and it got scholars from the law profession started writing. Okay. So now that's bureaucracy at work, because I think bureaucracy would have exercised an understanding that, look, if this money was really in the coffers of the government for the intention, it would have been used for the intention of the same purpose for which it was allocated. But because it was misappropriated by the previous administration, and through the arms of the law, we have brought it back. So why don't we use it? Why must we now obey the law that says we should refund it because the budgeting year has elapsed? So do you get the logic behind it?
I'm going to ask you that question. Doc, please, so that you answer the question.
What I was just trying to, I don't think that argument is hinged on budget. Yeah, bureaucracy is involved, and of course, somebody is helping you to recover your money that was stolen away, and that is what the argument is all about. The money was debtors, and federal government cannot lay claim to the money that belongs to debtor. Whether it was budgeted, it is say we receive it and we should house it. And those strengthening of our federation still needs to be worked out. It's not that, the money has means what budget is. So it's the fact that debtor owes that money, is stolen somewhere by somebody who is an agent of the state. And of course, because you need the support of the government to recover, federal government to recover that money, also means that there's a process through which that money should come back to debtor state. So, because it's like when you are doing accounts, so you see income expenditure. So people always talk about the balancing of the account, because if it doesn't follow a given process, it will look as if an infraction has happened. That of course you will now have an empty space and say, okay, this money coming here, how did it go out? So that's the conversation on the
that issue.
Issue.
Yes.
So government is not, federal government don't say, oh, the money is ours. It's actually debtor's own, but the process through which it gets to debtor has to follow accounting procedures. So that's but you see, what the Senate President talking about overhaul of the entire payment system is what I'm saying. So what are we supposed to overhaul? What is in this is simple. Take for example, all payments through remitter. Every agency has their account. That's not a payment. Sending money to the account is not a payment. So where the issue is money leaving the account. It's a process. So we cannot bridge the process. And bridging the process, overhauling the process so that I can have multiple people spend money at will not be for the interest of transparency and governance that everybody seems emphasizing in Nigeria. And I think the need for transparency, the need for accountability is much needed today than ever, so that government can itself regain its trust. So I feel that the public officers also need to do their own homework, such that when requests are made, the system is not overloaded. You know, because there's this 11th-hour syndrome that is associated with us. And that leads to what they call the fire brigade approach to almost all issues. That if you tell people today and say, come and fill a form, people naturally want to delay till the last minute.
You know, I wanted to ask a question.
Then there's a rush, and that rush put pressure on the system. So if you are given a time space to make a process a payment, and I think we should be able to schedule in such a way that it goes through that time space, and then there are no pressure on the system at a particular point.
Okay. To piggyback on what the question Pri asked, I wanted to ask a second question to clear this. You know, according to the Fiscal Responsibility Act 2007, which provides that when agencies receive allocation, they have the right to use it, and then any remaining return back to the coffers of the federal government. Now, why do we have a case when agencies would wait till close to the end of the year before wanting to use those funds? Is it because they do not want to return the money? Now, how much of cases are we seeing where agencies return monies not used back to government? Why is there a rush to quickly expend the money if there had been no need for the money from the beginning of the year?
You see, and this is what a lot of people are arguing. I remember last year in March when the Public Account Committee was being inaugurated, and I had occasion to speak on that event. What I said to the PAC chairman was simple. We cannot be talking about audit process that we're saying that is performance-based when the budgetary process itself is not performance-based. The envelope system in Nigeria is what is giving room for all these shady arrangements. See, what is the envelope? The money comes into the Federation account, and then, of course, the Office of the Accountant General of Federation give envelope to all ministry agencies and departments.
Whether or not they have performed the previous year?
No, not even whether or not they have performed. So, say for example, we just talked about the statutory transfer. Okay, money is going to NDDC. So every month, as government receives its revenue, they share it and give it in envelope. Now we give some to UBEC, we give some to NDDC, we give some to Federal Ministry of Education, we give some to this agency. But these monies are not tied
to
projects.
That's why I asked.
So
it's not dependent on what they performed the previous year.
So these monies are not tied to project. It's not that, okay, this month I'm releasing 500 billion
for XYZ projects.
The computers you say you want to buy. No. So this money is given to this agency to say, this year, this month, you got 500 billion. Now it's at the discretion of the ministry, department, or agency to determine what that 500 should be used for. So that envelope system is the real problem. So what they receive is that they can use it. Okay, we can spend this on training, while this other one is pending. We have entertainment, or we have something. We can spend this on this money. So the agency determine. But you know, where there is monopoly and without discretion, no accountability, what you find is always C. That's why they say M minus D minus A is equal to corruption. So you find that we
Could you explain this formula to the audience? M minus what again?
Minus D.
So M stands for what?
Monopoly.
Okay, monopoly minus
yes, plus discretion.
Plus discretion equals
minus accountability.
Minus accountability
Gives
equals
corruption.
Monopoly.
That's a good formula.
So if I have
so you can't have monopoly and discretion without accountability. Good.
So if I give you opportunity to determine what you want to use, and then of course you have the discretion to use it, but there's no platform for accountability, then what you see is corruption. And that's why you see FRC is always complaining. Why are you not returning to us? The law says that same 2007 Act that established the Fiscal Responsibility Commission says that every ministry, agency, and department must return statement of account of expenditure for the month, each month, to that. But how many MDA complies with this? And these are the issues. And I do hope that by the time we get to policy discourse, when we have opportunity to speak with Bakare, we will find out why there are no consequences for these infractions that do happen within the MDA.
Yes, we would address it at that level, but I think that if we want to achieve progress, or if we intend for bureaucracies to achieve, produce efficiency, then certain loopholes in the law that gives ministries, agencies, the chance to exploit those loopholes and frustrate the aim of that set up bureaucracy should be checked. I think it's time for us to look again at the Fiscal Responsibility Act and see areas where amendments are necessary, because I think too much of discretion at the end of the day would just lead to a lot of indiscipline. I don't think agencies should be given so much discretionary powers. I think that can actually be checked. But there will be a discussion during policy discourse when we revisit some of this issue in depth so that we can nip it in the bud. Concluding now with news analysis as a story from the Lagos State government, which is called for a monthly rent payment system as Nigerians groan over incessant increment. The governor of Lagos State, Governor Souq, the former governor of Lagos State, Fashola, who was an ex-minister of Power, Works and Housing, said Nigerians would see a remarkable inflationary freeze, if not a reversal, when rent payments converge with monthly salary payment. This is a good one, but the question is, how is this going to be implemented? Because in the rent payment system, we've also seen the introduction of several charges. There is agency fee, there is agreement fee, there is service charge, there is caution fee, and some other fees. At the end of the day, when you sum them, it's almost equal to the rents that you're paying. And you're wondering, how do I get to pay all of these fees when once you become a tenant in that apartment, these people you have paid fees have no service further to render to you. So if the Lagos State government is advocating for monthly rent payment when they do not own most of the housing apartments in Lagos, how do you think they can enforce that? Well, and these real estate owners also need the money in bulk to continue development. What do you think?
I don't think the government owns all the houses in Canada, and that is being enforced.
Okay.
I don't think it owns all the houses in the United Kingdom, and that has been enforced. So if it is about law, and it's about policy, and it's about adherence to the law. So the agent agreements and all those agreements, that for me, I would say, if you are bringing that, and we need to do that from the onset, yes, agency agreement is XYZ amount. Then you said bring 1 year, and there is a law that says it is
now they're
monthly.
asking for 2 years.
Yeah, and there's a law that says monthly. So even if you are charging 1 year divided by 12, then you have the monthly payment. So if you are starting the agency agreement, the agency and the lawyer's agreement on one hand, plus the 1 month salary, 1 month rent should become where you commence. So after that month, you can continue start paying just the single monthly rent. I think it is very, very easy and feasible, except that the Association of Landlord Owners,
Association of Agents,
lawyers, real estate companies will bundle the government to court to go thrash it out.
That's why I asked.
But,
since the government doesn't have these houses or doesn't own these houses, how is it going to be feasible?
Look at where Mr. Fashola was going. He was talking about using it as one of the during his administration. He called for this, and we knew what happened. He was unable to see it to the final end. Now it's out, but he's suggesting it again. And what's the reason he's given this time? Inflation, bringing inflation to a bearable minimum, if not completely eliminated from the system. But is that practicable? Is one of the questions that somewhat sound rhetorical, but we need to consider it.
Doc, apart from the high rents that Lagosians and some Nigerians in some other cities, like Port Harcourt, and I hear in Benin City too, they're also trying to catch up with Lagos in terms of how expensive rents can be. And then when you look at the quality of the housing, it doesn't match at all with what you pay for it. So aside the high rents, there is also this outrageous agency charge. There is the agreement charge, which is supposed to go to the lawyers who were standing for the house owners and ensuring there's an agreement based on the terms upon which the apartments are taken or rented. And so all other charges that have been introduced, how do you think this will be feasible to achieve? Can the Lagos State government sanitize the housing sector?
Well, I think it's possible. For me, there's nothing that's not possible if there's a will to pursue it. And because whether we like it or not, government regulates every activities that happen. But I think the major concern for me here is the argument of Fashola is quite very, very plausible. There's no doubt about it. Because you see, most people's rent, new houses start from January and it ends in December. So what that means is that when people are paying rent to landlords and all of that, and simply at a certain period of the year, what it means is that you have so much money in the hands of people to spend that period. And so we can afford to buy one chicken for 40,000. So that's what it means for some people, because they are receiving that bulk money, and then of course this money is in their hand, so the December can really truly be dirty. So I think this is the kind of advocacy that is having, that if this money is spread through the year, so it will help minimize that kind of pressure. So rather than give your landlord bulk money at the end of December, he's carrying it small. And so it will not trigger inflation at a particular period of the year. So it also helps those who are managing the monetary policies of the nation able to actually project what can happen in between periods. That said, again, the agencies are not things that are recurring. They are one-off payments.
But they are one-off huge payments.
They are one-off payments that happen as what it is. I remember when he started the one-year rent issue, because at a certain point in time in Lagos, it was people who were asking for 2-year down payments. And because of this, a lot of property owners had to struggle. So he made a lot then that, look, let's reduce it to 1 year. Even at that, agents were still collecting, while they are collecting rent for 1 year, but the agency and agreement fee will be for 2 years. So that has happened. So even if you are going to say, okay, you are going to take rent to 1 year, the agency will still be for a period of 1 year. So they accumulate what you are supposed to earn for 1 month and they charge it for you as agency. Now, that's of course for property owners and those who say they are lawyer writing agreements and all of that. But in most of the cases, those money are actually free because nobody really validates it. Many people are living in houses and there are no agreements really. Mm-hmm. Some of them are handwritten.
Yes. And, even the caution fee, where it's supposed to be refunded when nothing was damaged. But there are always stories around it why it cannot be refunded.
A pocket. Of course, you will find something that is damaged, really, because of course, there's no how you will live in a house for 1 year or 2 years and there'll be no deterioration in the property. Now, these are the challenges that they face. But for the man on the streets who don't earn monthly, because we have a lot of people who are playing in the informal sector, and first month, second month, third month, money don't really come into their hands to pay this rent. And this is a huge challenge. And you see, some people who are also training people in school, at a certain point, money come in the month, you will not be able to afford your rent. And so what's going to happen? As what the length of that agreement is going to be, these are real serious challenge that people faces. And I think in an environment that is highly informal, it will be very difficult to implement such law. But I also feel that for some people who pay annually, they feel more safe and comfortable. So that you put this money down, you know that in the next 12 months, you can spend your energy doing something else. But if government is really determined to enforce this rule, I think it's possible. And then, of course, you have to see a lot of back and forth from landlord. So if I'm testing of agency agreement, I say your month is 1 month, you leave, somebody else come and pay agency, which of course most landlords are also exploiting. So for this to happen, there must be rigorous process and laws in place to ensure that tenants are not exploited by landlords who want to receive fresh agency and agreement.
So that brings to the fore the exploitative system that the agency thing has now introduced into rent payments in Lagos State. So how do you make sense of it that a rent, for instance, is ₦1 million and then agency is 500,000 and you're wondering what is the service actually that you are able to direct someone who's house hunting to where the house is, you know? And then they're saying you're paying agreement. Sometimes you don't even get to see this contract. It's just they tell you, don't worry about it. So you don't even know if it gets to a lawyer at the end of the day. So I think it's not just enough to talk about the rent, but some other things that adds up to, that makes it a burden for people to afford housing in Lagos particularly. We find that destitution in Lagos State is very, very high. And this is part of the reason, because some persons can perhaps afford to pay the rent, but what about the other charges that makes it very, very expensive? So if the Lagos State government is to take this up, I think that it needs to be ready to put its feet down to ensure that it is not just the landlords who abide by the laws, but those who call themselves, some of them call themselves agents. Should there be some form of accreditation to ensure that there's a system that monitors anybody parading as house agents and those who are landlords? But I think that there should be some monetary agency so that people can maybe make complaints where some of these laws have been breached, because it then depends on who's ready to do maybe some backdoor transaction, because of you need the housing. So you're not ready to blow any whistle to say, oh, this landlord is asking for 1 year payment, 2 year payment, else the house may not get to you. So it's going to take a lot. But at the end of the day, I think Lagos will be better for it. It may just also be able to reduce crime rate a bit, because why do people do crime? They want good housing. They want to be able to afford the basic necessities of life. That's it.
I think before we just step on this, is the fact that there are a lot of factors that, number one, people, justice is quite expensive in this climate. And nobody wants to go through that whole hog of justice system. And then, of course, you also find that a lot of people are also using other means to also pursue this agenda. So some people are also scared of being hurt or harmed because they have to stay in a certain property. And I think there are really laws that says that agency can really not be, should be 10% or 5%, depending of the total rent.
This was in 20-30%.
Yeah.
Even more.
It's illegal. And I think this is the thing, but it's either you accept or you don't accept.
Because there is nobody checking it.
You're under pressure to get a house. Your landlord is pushing you out. And you have been looking for houses everywhere. Mm-hmm. And then you're just tired and they are threatening to throw your things out. So all these things are the things that are responsible that we cannot really find justice. But again, it still goes back to who we are. And I think that is where we really need to be a lot more human in our behaviors. There are so many people that are just too greedy for gain at the detriment of the ordinary man on the street. And I think if there are protective laws that could help people, that even where this happens, that we can actually deposit all agreements and agencies with institutions of government that actually review it to see whether tenants are being exploited, it will make a whole lot in ameliorating that kind of situation.
All right, that's it on news analysis this morning. We'll take a break. After that, it will be time for policy discourse. You do not want to miss the discussions there. Please stay.
A bill for an act to authorize the issue from the Consolidated Revenue Fund of the Federation, the total sum of 54 trillion 990 billion 165 million 355,366 naira only. This bill is read a third time and passed.
The National Theatre, Igomu, built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, FESTAC, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of a legendary contemporary Nigerian artist, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged FESTAC 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Expert Stroll, a Bulgarian company, mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theater complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of lush green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre. Souq Enlightenment.
Thank you for staying with us on the front burners on Souq News TV. It's time for Policy Discuss, and the critical issue will be examined here today as Nigeria ranks 140 in the Global Corruption Perception Index. Now, that's one that is not a very good one, but just so you know, a year ago, it was at number 145 place. So it has dropped 5 places to 140. So we're looking at ethics and integrity compliance scorecard of MDAs in Nigeria because the perception of corruption, it was said that the public sector contributes to the perception of corruption of any country. And so the public sector in Nigeria was what was looked at, or where that perception of Nigeria's ranking in the corruption index came from. And so this morning we will be talking with Demola Bakari, who is the Director, Public Enlightenment and Education. Is a spokesperson, Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, as we look at what the agency is doing in terms of ensuring that corruption is reduced to the barest in Nigeria. Good morning, sir, and welcome to the show. Could you please unmute your device? We apologize for that interruption occasioned by a technical glitch. continue the conversation on the reports on ratings of MDAs on issues of ethics and integrity compliance. We will be having this conversation now. Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Okay, please, let's have this conversation. Looking at the rating of Nigeria in the corruption index, the ranking 140, and so Nigeria has moved 26 points over 100. What's your response to that ranking for Nigeria? Let's begin from there.
Let me first of all say that corruption perception is what it is. It's perception. But be that as it may, I think it is a clarion call for us in Nigeria, scoring what we scored, for us to tighten our belt and do much more than we are doing presently, fighting corruption. And like I said earlier, somewhere else, it's a clarion call again for people to believe, to trust the system. We shouldn't denigrate our country the way we do it. We shouldn't. Denigrating the country does not do any good to anybody, and we should desist from it. So on the side of the anti-corruption agencies, all Nigerians, I think we should do more fighting corruption. And on the side of the people that outmouth Nigeria, they should do less. That's my take. The CPI is a clarion call on Nigeria to do better than we are doing fighting corruption.
Good Nigeria, Mr. Bakari, and it's nice to see you on screen this morning. I just want to get your take, your approach to dealing with the issue of corruption, and you have a three-pronged approach, which is enforcement, prevention, and enlightenment. Can you walk us through how far you have gone in this process of dealing with corruption issues in Nigeria?
Thank you so much. The first of the three approach is actually enforcement. Enforcement has to do with investigating reports of corruption when Nigerians write petition to ICPC, we investigate. If we are able to establish a prima facie case on any issue, then we prosecute. And it ends there. Prosecution, we go to court, and the court decides whether we are right, whether the other party that is being alleged of corruption is right doing what it did. The second duty of the ICPC is prevention. All of us know that prevention, we always say it is better than cure. Prevention, and our methodologies for preventing corruption in Nigeria, one of it is what we are going to be discussing here today. We have the ethics and integrity compliance scorecard, with which we assess the compliance of government agencies to government statutes, to government policies, to directives, so as to promote practice of integrity, so as to ensure accountability and efficiency of the system. It's a form of ranking of government establishment, so that we know who is doing what is right, who is not doing, and who is doing what is wrong. And it's competitive in nature. The agencies of government tend to compete for this in doing. The other preventive action that we have at ICPC is the establishment of anti-corruption units in all MDAs. If all the MDAs, they understand their system very well, and if this particular unit see to it that corruption-resistant measures are applied in-house, such that corruption will not even occur at all. And when it occurs, they know what to do. They are empowered. The actors are empowered, to do preliminary investigation. They are empowered to do enlightenment and education. They are empowered to conduct system study and review if they are able to get the capacity to do so. But they are restricted a little bit to prosecute. They cannot prosecute. That's the only thing that the anti-corruption unit cannot do. Except that everything that ICPC does, they can do. So the other thing that we do is we track government projects. Government is investing so much in developmental projects, in infrastructures, and track this. I think we started this since 2019. We have been doing the tracking since 2019. At the moment, we have tracked a project worth 1.5 trillion. 1.5 trillion since 2019 when we started. And that amounts to like 6,920 projects. That is what we have done. The other thing is, the third duty of the ICPC is the public mobilization. We educate Nigerians on and against corruption, so that it won't be that we do not. And we have been able to reach consensus with Nigeria that yes, corruption is worth fighting, because it is the reason why Nigeria is the way we are. It is the reason why we do not have 24 hours electricity. It is the reason why we do not have a good roads across the length and breadth of Nigeria. It is the reason why our educational system still functions the epileptic way it functions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bakare. Good morning to you from this angle. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I want to move you further, because I want to quickly take you to where your work really lies, which is within the ministries, departments, and agencies. And when we look at the executive summary of the ICPC document, it provided us about another three instances, tools, and the lens with which you evaluate corruption tendencies and how you pay attention to these details in carrying out your responsibilities. And one of them is management culture and structure. Then financial management system and administrative systems. I also like you to walk us through this. Probably you could make it a little bit shorter, quick summary of these three subheadings, so that we can come in with other necessary questions.
Yeah, the management culture and structure of the organization, how the organization is structured. Does it have, a board of governors? Does it have, an executive, chief executive, or a director general? The structure of the management structure. How regularly do they have board meetings? How do they handle disciplinary issues? How do they handle all of the managerial and administrative functions that they have? The financial management system has to do with the issue of budget and how the budget is expended in our MDAs. These are what we look at when we rank our MDA. And all of this, you have governance rules on each and every one of the management culture. You have, rules. You have policies. You have guidelines. You measure the compliance of our MDAs to the rules, to the policies, to the processes and procedures. That is what we do when we conduct compliance.
The report that you have published since 2020 to 2024, how will you think that this has affected the MDAs in terms of dealing with the issue of corruption. And the right also for me is what are the incentives for the MDAs or the consequences for non-compliance? For example, I know in the United Arab Emirates, they also do the publicity of how they are perceived by agencies of government are perceived. And every month there's always this publication and ranking of the 3 best ministries and 3 worst ministries. Are there incentives that come with this rating that you do from year to year?
In Nigeria, yes, there are incentives. Only last year that did not have this Public Service Integrity Award. Public Service Integrity Award, given to outstanding public service officers. And because it is competitive, in fact, when the last report, 2024 report was released, the controversies that it generated makes us to believe that yes, MDAs look forward to it in order to compete among themselves. Everybody wants to answer good names. They want to be known for integrity. They want to be known for compliance to rules, government rules and statutes. Everybody, there is a competitive edge to it. And it is an avenue, of course, to strengthen the anti-corruption units in all the MDAs by ensuring their financial independence and operational autonomy. They are saddled with the responsibility to respond to the questionnaire, because EICS is about questionnaire. We adopt questionnaire and we administer questionnaire to MDAs, and Act 2 spearheads that. It is like, part of it is you are measuring the effectiveness of the Act 2 in their own MDA, and you are measuring the compliance of the MDAs to general rules of the public service. So MDA, they are competitive about it, and everybody wants to be good. Everybody wants to appear good in the interest of Nigeria. So no concrete incentive. But for non-compliance, if you do not comply, for non-responsive, if you do not respond to our questionnaire, we profile you through system studies. That is a red flag as far as we are concerned, and we now come in fully into such organization in order to study what is really going on in such organization. And that can even include enforcement action. It can become an outright investigative activity. So non-compliance and non-responsive status guarantees any MDA to be profiled for system study and review or for enforcement action. Nobody wants to go through the discomfort of enforcement activities. So everybody tends to comply.
So the Ethics and Integrity Compliance Scorecard is a tool that is aimed for also comparing and analyzing weaknesses that make MDAs susceptible to corruption. And you have 3 major key performance index. One of them is the culture of the organization, when we talk about management culture and structure. And in this scorecard report, you assessed 308 MDAs. Now, in your assessment, what would you say makes MDAs susceptible to corruption in terms of the management culture and structure of MDAs in Nigeria?
Management culture, we actually found out that some do not even have strategic plan. If you do not have a vision of where you are going, how you will walk anyhow, you will move towards any direction. If you do not have, that's part of what some NDA, they do not have strategic plan. About 30% of 95 NDAs do not have strategic action plan. And 64 MDA do not have guidelines of granting advances to their staff. If you advance, payments to civil servants or public servants to do something on behalf of government, if they do, 65 MDAs do not have a guideline on granting of such advances to staff, while 52 MDAs do not make retirement on advances, and that is a red flag. Fund is advanced to you, you do not retire it. Whether you perform that function or do not perform that function is not known, and that is a red flag of corruption. That money can just go out of government cover without explanation. That's a red flag. Also, for most agencies of government, we're supposed to be audited by the Auditor General. In the last Auditor General of the Federation, in the last EICS, I think 87 MDAs do not undertake internal audit as at when they delay it, and when you delay, there must be something to it why you delay your internal audit system. So what we found is that the management structure, some board were not constituted on time, leaving the managing director, leaving the chief executive to do one-man show. And my brother earlier on defined corruption as monopoly plus discretion minus accountability the other time. So when you have chief executive without board, he has monopolistic power, he can use his discretion, and is not accountable to the board. So he's not accountable to anybody. He does what he likes. This is what we found out. Thank God, most board have been instituted now.
The salient points that you gave, and you were talking, a summary of which you almost referred to as looking at the management culture and the structure. Some of the MDAs lack a reporting system where within the management setting, there is no system of making reports. Have you been constrained or encountered some form of constraint when carrying out your function, or maybe living up to the responsibility of the nomenclature of your name, Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Offences Related Commission? Emphasis of the word independence. When carrying out your responsibility, have you trying to maybe question the top echelon of the MDAs? Has there been any instances where political appointees, interfere with the process and strangulate your efforts from, really living up to your responsibilities as an independent institution of government?
Yes. Even in the law and in practice, very, very much guaranteed. No impediment at all. We are not answerable when it comes to our operational activities. We are not answerable to anybody, not the legislator, not the executive, not the judiciary, not the top, not to the top echelon of the government. No, we are not. And we have not encountered any impediments whatsoever in doing our job. But of course, we are not independent financially. We may be hamstrung, we may be incapacitated to go ahead with what we have wanted to do in some cases because of funds. So,
you, sorry to butt in here again, but if you are not independent financially, and some of the times you will need finances to engage in forensic investigation to have clear and reliable data to prosecute some of your cases, then it could be that the agency of government that is responsible for doling out the funds to your organization to function effectively could hamstring you using that process. So in what way are you trying to address that issue of finances?
We have try to aid the government, the executive as well as the legislature, because they are the two arms of government that really has, there is something to do the way another get informed. We have engaged the two of them, and hopefully, this time around, I think our budget is going to be a lot better than what we used to be. It can be deduced that yes, not giving enough fund is a way to encumber the activities of the commission. But we are doing something about it, and hopefully we are very hopeful that our budget will be a lot better this year.
Line charge. Your budget is not included in statutory transfers. Okay.
Okay, I take you back again to your project. The ethics and compliance. Two things quickly from what you have said. I've also had opportunity to interface with some government agencies, especially procurement officers across MDAs. And one of the complaints that have consistently come up in the course of training is the fact that the 2007 Act of the Bureau for Public Procurement made provision for the setting up of the board. And since that law was enacted in Nigeria, that board has never been set up. And they see it as one constraint against the operation of BPP. Secondly, I've also interfaced with ACTU for a very long time. And a number of them also have argued that, number one, they are appointed by their MD, and they are supposed to be a check on the MD, who has the yam and the knife in their hand. And most cases, they don't have offices. What is ICPC doing to empower and ensure that boards are set up and that all MDAs have ACTUs that are functional and are independent of their chief executives?
Well, ACTUs, to the best of my knowledge, are not incapacitated by their chief executive. Yes, they have functional linkages with the chief executive, but they report directly to ICPC, especially when the matter being reported has to do with the chief executive. And we have gotten a budget line from the budget office for the ACTUs. Now, there is provision for them in the budget now. So each ACTU are now funded, no matter how little, they are now directly funded. They are indicated as ACTU fund in their, each MDA's, budget proposal each year. So you see, it's a developmental thing. We will think through the problem and challenges that we have. And this is one of it. They were not well funded in the past, but a budget line has been created for them now, a budget line that is dedicated to ACTU activities. They can do their preliminary investigation, they can conduct system studies and review, and they can do sensitization within their organization now. Budget line is being created for them. So they are not really tied to the Armstrong with their money. The chief executive cannot spend their money on something else. Otherwise, it will be reported to us and it will be charged for violence. So they will be allowed to spend their money the way, for the activities planned by year. So we are thinking through, all these encumbrances, and we are getting, good results.
His board.
Actually, procurement constitutes the highest percentage of corruption in Nigeria. And the National Council of Procurement, Council on Procurement that has not been constituted, if you see the list of people that should be in that council, it's equivalent of the Federal Executive Council. It's equivalent of the Federal Executive Council. Some NGOs, civil society organizations can test, the law with regards to this, but they have equivalent in Federal Executive Council, and Federal Executive Council have been performing that function since 2007.
Also, the FEC actually is the one that spends the nation's money, because over 85% of the revenue that comes to the nation is expended by the executive. And now you are having an independent board to agree on what it is. And people are saying is that the whole essence is to cover up a whole lot in terms of procurement, and that is why this function is moved rather to an independent board to the FEC. Who also is supposed to be monitored even by this board. What's your take on this?
Do not let, I mean, because I'm not conversant on what you are saying actually, and I don't think I got.
Okay, I leave it at that. Then coming again to the issue of the report, ethics. We all know that the financial bubble that happened in the US in 2008 that led to the entire world coming down was as a result of issues that had to do with ethics and compliance of even private organizations. Now, is there any effort also being made by ICPC to criminalize violations of extant rules and regulations that governs MDAs?
The law criminalized some. Environment, for instance. If you spend money meant for something on another thing that is not related to what it is meant for, that is environment. It's criminalized. We have investigated, cases like that, and we have prosecuted, cases like that. Some of the offenses created by the act establishing ICPC actually criminalize some of these things that abuse of power, for instance, sexual harassment. All these are violations. They are not. Some of the time, the offense are not pecuniary; they are moral. And if they are criminalized by the act, we do not have any choice than to. Sexual harassment, for instance, is in relation to power relation between a senior colleague and a junior colleague. So some of the ethical issues criminalized, we are always investigated and prosecuted.
Okay, so let me take you back to something you said while responding to the question on management culture and structure. You talked about your finding of 95 MDAs not having strategy. Now, the issue of strategy is very crucial when we talk about budget implementation and how the budget can be actually executed properly. What is the role of the Fiscal Responsibility Commission, where you also have anti-corruption units set up, to ensure that there is actually strategy? Each MDA have a strategy. Is there a way that we can come to performance-based budgeting? Will that take care of the issue of not having strategy for the MDAs?
You see, every issue that we come in contact with, being ethics and integrity, we always followed up on these MDAs. And we have insisted, because we have the power to issue force advisory, even to the federal government. We issue advisory to the agencies concerned to review. And we go back to see whether they have reviewed it. All these 95 MDAs, there is going to be follow up on them this year to see that they reverse that, that particular status, and they comply what is necessary to be complied. We do follow up, and if they do not, comply with our advice, we take legal action, enforcement action. Actually, a dereliction from what is normal. So enforcement action can be taken against non-compliant MDAs. And we have taken few of them.
The financial management system to look through the activities of ministries, departments, and agencies. What exactly are the tools you look at for financial management systems? Well, you look at the payment system or the payment method. because recently it has resurfaced again where there has been this back and forth that is required for MDAs, either to mention the single treasury single account system of payment. Before that initiative, there were instances where some MDAs will have more than 10 accounts being operated by them, and it serves as a very, very susceptible means for corruption to be perpetrated. But currently now we have the single account system of payment. All the MDAs, are they going along this line, or what are your latest discoveries using the financial management system, which is a critical point in the management of MDAs?
The Ethics and Integrity Compliance Scorecard deals with the financial system in the MDA, not general financial management. For the general financial management in government as a whole, I think we conducted in 2018, we conducted a corruption risk assessment on the e-government. E-government, CRA, was conducted in 2018. And part of what we found out is that there are exemptions even to the single treasury account. And I think that has been closed. Now, it is to ensure that government revenue from whatever sources is funneled into one pot, and it is from that pot that it's now distributed, as appropriated by the National Assembly. I think that remains the best option for Nigeria. Whatever problem there is in it, I think the government, and the civil society should be bold enough, get it corrected, not to jettison it. I think it's the best approach. Funnel, governments all over the world are doing a single treasury account, TSA. It's been done, in most countries now. So we shouldn't jettison it. Whatever.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. But I'm looking at instance where recently one of the ministries where they were fingered for making payments not to projects that has been earmarked by the ministry or the budget in that specific ministry. And I'm talking about the Ministry of Disaster and Humanitarian Management sometime last year towards between 2023 and 2024, where the minister was placed on suspension by Mr. President. And that payment, that accusation that was leveled against that minister as at that time was that the payment was made into private purposes, for private reasons, not for reasons or projects that is captured within the budget of that specific ministry. But when the issue came out to public fore, it didn't come out through the mouthpiece or through the exploits of the ICPC. It came out through some other informal means. So I'm going to direct this question in this form, that through the lens or through the instrument of the financial management system, it doesn't look like you or the ICPC has been forth and doing as expected by the public. What do you have a contrary perspective or opinion to that?
One thing that I want to make clear: there are government processes and procedures. Approval. There is guideline for approval. Who approves and for who pays. This guideline, I think, was not properly followed in the case that you have mentioned. But we have not, it has not crystallized in the final payment before the bubble was busted. So it is easy for the person to claim that, yes, he did the approval in error. And for that error, I think she was sacked. But you cannot be, probably we may not be able to establish a prima facie case in that treated administrative. I'm only expressing my personal opinion in this regard. And I think that was what actually happened, why it could not be prosecuted because it has not crystallized in actual payment, but the procedure where, the process was abuse of process. That was what, I think happened, and it was dealt with administratively.
Looking at the scores on the MDAs, 29% full compliance to the indicators that were measured. And we also have about 55% that partially complied from the data that is available to us on the report of 2024. Like people say, Nigeria is not in want of rules and regulation, but is actually implementing it. Don't you think that this cause seems to just be like a whitewashed tomb that we just put system in place? Because when you look at the perception or the gravity of things that still happen within the system, which is actually taking trust away from government, it's like we just put those structures in place, but we really don't follow them through. Since there is no peer review, it is the agency or the ministry that is scoring themselves.
The non-compliance status and non-responsive status, we have profiled them, the 55, we have profiled them. Some of them are going to be visited through our system study and review methodologies. We are going to dig deeper into why and how, what is happening in that place. It is then that we can now apply remedy. There will be some remedial action to be taken against their non-compliance or non-responsive. In fact, some of them got back to us complaining that it was scored lower, until when we insisted that, okay, you did not respond to our inquiries, you did not respond you did not give us a contact person, you did not reply. So how could you score less than what you higher than what you scored? And now we are going to profile them for system study and review, because it's an indication, it's a red flag. Something sinister may be happening, sinister in quotes, may be happening in such MDAs for non-compliance and non-responsive status that is called. So we are going to, and if need be, enforcement action. There is nothing stopping us from inviting the chief executive of such MDA to come over and explain why, with evidence. We look in evidence, but we visit them this year. Some of them have been penciled down. I think about 20 of them have been penciled down for system study and review because of their very, very low score. Non-responsive one, we are going to repeat the exercise on them this year. So we give the actual is preventive in nature. But if you do not comply and you are consistent in doing that, it's a red flag for us, and we move in with system study of enforcement action. That is what we do.
Let's look at the whistleblower policy. In your reports, it says that 220 MDAs, which is about 74.35%, do not have accessible whistleblower policy in place. And that is fundamental in checking policy if there is no whistleblower policy in place. How do you intend to correct that?
We are taking action, because in fact there was a circular of the head of service. There was in fact the government actually established a portal where people can report, and it's appalling, it's unfortunate that Nigerians hate accountability. Nigerians do not want to be held accountable to anything, and we are taking action. There is a draft, whistleblower policy drafted for Act, and we are going to launch that this year. We are going to enforce it on them. They are going to implement it in their MPs. We are going ahead this year to enforce whistleblower policy as drafted by ICPC on MDA. Because this
scorecard report that the ICPC just released. You know, earlier when we were talking about Nigeria's ranking in the Corruption Perception Index, you said it's a perception. The ICPC has done its own audit of MDAs in Nigeria. Are you going to avail the global body this report? Will this in any way change the perception that they have about Nigeria regarding corruption?
You see, there is, I am not a conspiracy theorist. I do not do it. But why the people promoting corruption perception, why did they stop bribe payers index? Because they are the one guilty of this one. And they like to call us bad names, and we like, some Nigerians actually like to amplify whatever they call us by calling ourselves. Be that as it may, corruption problem is still very hard in Nigeria. I will not deceive myself. ICPC will not deceive ourselves with regards to that. But we are getting some, feelers that say yes. People are in the last survey that we conducted, 70% of people contacted refused to pay bribe. 70% refused to pay bribe. That is heartwarming. If people begin to resist, corruption resistance methodologies is what we are going to infuse into the system. If the system is put in place, technology is empaneled, and you do not have the face-to-face interaction with government officials, and everything is done online, technology will help us to fight the corruption. But what gives us, gives Nigeria the bad name that we have is the street level corruption. Big corruption. They do not want to speak about that one. The street level corruption is what it is, and it's very bad for our system. So it's a clarion call, like I said. The CPI and our own corruption survey that we have done in Nigeria, National Corruption Survey that we have done in Nigeria, with the support of UNODC, it's a clarion call for us to take further action to address the corruption challenge that Nigeria faces.
One more. Report actually addressed the processes within the MDAs. But there's also dimension that, of course, I feel should also not be left out. What has happened to Savicom?
Savicom is kicking. Savicom is still in existence. Savicom deals with service delivery. Service delivery, that's the end result of, if you fight corruption and people do not get the service that they expect, is the end point of the corruption spectrum. Savicom is still in existence. In fact, Monday, Tuesday, our own Savicom here is organizing training for our staff. On Monday, we are going to be training our level 12 and 7 to 17. And on Tuesday, the remaining of our staff. Savicom is still alive, and they are being encouraged to do what there is collaboration between Actus and Savicom, because anti-corruption is about good governance. Good governance is about service delivery to the people, delivering welfare to Nigeria. So there is a synergy between, in fact, in most MDA, they have unified director. A director supervises the two in most agencies of government. So the two are alike.
Be available of opportunity on how to get to Savicom in case people will want to know. Can you avail the public how to reach out to Savicom in agencies of government in case we want to know? Are there hotlines that people can actually make calls to when services are not delivered?
Oh, definitely. Individual. In fact, Savicom, one of the things that Savicom encourages that you have a complaint mechanism that is linked to your website. in every government agency. So there is opportunity for Nigeria, and so many government agencies are on the social media platform these days. People can get across to them, and nobody wants to be spoken of in negative manner. People should speak more when they are wrongly served or they are not served well at all. So people should speak. People should speak up. But the website of every MDA has a link, has a portal that Nigerians can report a complaint handling mechanism.
Let me ask, what is the synergy between the ICPC and the EFCC? The ICPC, for you say that you prevent corruption. Your approach is kind of preventive. And we also have the EFCC. Now, in your report, it says that 87 MDAs do not have knowledge about existing regulation for approval to spend from the IGR. Now, if they do not have knowledge of the existing regulation for approval for spending of IGR, it means that some of these agencies may have committed financial misappropriation. So where is the synergy between the ICPC and the EFCC in this matter? So it is not an issue of ignorance and it stays there, but there are some disciplinary action and then the law takes its course.
Sure. Under the present administration at the ICPC and at the EFCC, they work closely. And if a matter has to do with something that EFCC has jurisdiction over, ICPC will willingly surrender such activities, even investigation, to EFCC. And they have reciprocated in that regard, so that we do not dissipate energy. If EFCC is into a particular something, Nigerians have this penchant to distribute petitions. They will bring the same petition to EFCC, to ICPC, probably because they do not have understanding of the difference. So if we know that EFCC had started it before us, instead of dissipating energy on it, submit the same thing that, okay, it will be interested in the outcome of this investigation, so that we do not waste government money dissipating energy. There is so much collaboration. On the matter of IGR, in fact, the agency of government that have is Fiscal Responsibility Commission, that have serious responsibility with regards to that, and how IGR generated by government agencies have been expended. So the three of us, in fact, all the anti-corruption agencies, we have a platform. We have tasked, IATT, interagency task team, that we collaborate, we share ideas, share intelligence, and we do not dissipate energies. If it has to do with fiscal responsibility, we allow them to do it. If a particular thing has to do with the Code of Conduct Bureau, we allow them to do it. If it has to do with EFCC, we allow them to do it. If it has to do with us, they allow us to do it. So we collaborate. There is, a stronger, collaboration between the anti-corruption agencies this time around.
Now, this report you've released has actually changed the perception of Nigerians, I must say, regarding certain MDAs. There were some MDAs, because of certain issues that they had before, Nigerians were beginning to look at them like, what is actually going on here? But from what you've shown, the ranking of the MDAs, imagine the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board in that ranking and where they ranked. I'm guessing that Nigerians will begin to say, okay, maybe something right is happening in that MDA or in that area. Now, let's look at how often are we going to have this ethics and integrity compliance scorecard, which acts as a check for MDAs in Nigeria. It would be good to have this very frequent.
I didn't get that very well.
I'm saying that with the scorecard and the rankings of MDAs in Nigeria, perhaps the perception of Nigerians regarding certain MDAs are changing. Now, finding the Joint Admissions Matriculation Board and the ranking in that list, you recall the incidents where the snake swallowing money happened, and then the Joint Admissions Matriculation Board was in that circle. So seeing where they rank now, perhaps Nigerians are beginning to think maybe something good, some restructuring is happening in that area. How often are we going to have the ethics and integrity compliance scorecard, which is a check on MDAs in Nigeria?
It's an annual deployment. We have annual deployment of EICS. What happens is that most high-spending agencies of government, especially ministries, they are ranked, they are scored every year. But because of the volume of parastatals, departments and agencies, because of the sheer volumes, we have over 550 MDAs. Because of the sheer volume, we do it every other year. Those that were ranked and scored relatively well this time around, last year will not be visited this year. Bring in another. So for the parastatals, it is every other year. But for the main ministries, high spending agencies of government, visit them every year.
Without Mr. Bakari, that ICPC has done extremely very well, and they are pushing the boundaries. Yeah, but can this report also be published in national dailies and other public media so that the Nigerian public, because the report as it is right now is in a booklet and a document, can we have a full-page advertorial for agencies that are done well and that score well, so that at least you can also get feedback from the public going forward, so that it doesn't just gather dust in the shelves?
In December, the result was published in Daily Trust and The Punch. It was published. And early this year, media executive in Abuja. In a couple of days, we are going to have the Lagos edition of the media executive panel. We are going to discuss this same document. We are going to be discussing the ICS and the constituency and executive project tracking initiative. So we are going to be in Lagos in the next 2 weeks or so. Probably.
Love to have your invitation.
Hello.
We'd love to be part of that forum.
Sure thing. You are going to be part of it.
We thank you very much, Mr. Dimila Bakari, who is the spokesperson, Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, for taking time out to talk to us about the Ethics and Integrity Compliance Scorecard of MDs in Nigeria, which has been released by the ICPC. Thank you for being with us on the show today.
Thank you.
All right, let's go on a quick break. By the time we return, we will be fully ready to talk about Valentine's Day. I'm not going to ask you a common question. Where is your Valentine is coming? Where is your? You know it's not completed by yourself. But by the time we return, it will be time for us to talk about gifts and the business of Valentine's Day. Please stay tuned.
Valentine's Day is marked with diverse customs. While the United States, Canada, and the United Kingdom emphasize gift exchanges, romantic dinners, and handwritten notes, countries like Japan and South Korea have gender-based traditions where women give chocolates to men on February 14th and men reciprocate on White Day, March 14th. In Brazil, the equivalent, Dia dos Namorados, is celebrated on June 12, while in China, the Qixi Festival honors love later in the year.
Personally, I just feel like Valentine is just like a special, though every day with your loved one is special, but for Valentine, it's special because people share gifts with their loved ones. So I believe that Valentine is just for sharing gifts with your loved ones, not just basically your boyfriend or your partner. You can always share gifts with your mom, your dad, anybody entirely, just to express how you feel to them.
Valentine's Day is more of a day of to show love an expression of love across the world. So basically, I'm here to get a few things for my office because we are also trying to show love to our customers and clients that have been patronizing us for a while.
The day's signature colors, red, pink, white, purple, and yellow, symbolize different aspects of love, from passion to friendship. Meanwhile, modern trends such as eco-friendly gifts, virtual celebrations, and Valentine's Day, a celebration of female friendship, has gained traction, reflecting a more inclusive approach to love and relationships. However, Valentine's Day also faces significant challenges in 2025. Economic constraints and rising costs have made traditional celebrations expensive, pushing many towards DIY gifts and budget-friendly alternatives.
Everybody knows that things are expensive, no. So for last year, the amount that we bought things last year is, more different than now. So I feel like the economy has added.
Valentine's Day is unlike before. So I don't know, maybe it's the country or I don't understand. Because everything is quite dull. Because before 3-4 years back, we know what to sell around here. People selling perfumes, people selling gift items, wine, so many things around there. Because this is the open market and it's very big. Well, we don't seem to see anything like, the market is dull.
Before, if to say today as Valentine remain a day, we used to sell well. We used to sell less, and the more we buy, the more we sell. But now, you will sit down from morning till now, you no go sell. Like since morning now, before 7, I'm in the market. Now I never say anything. Now I sell markets.
Critics argue that over-commercialization has diluted the true essence of Valentine's Day, turning the holiday to a marketing strategy for brands. Additionally, in some cultures, public celebrations are restricted due to religious or societal norms.
Team ban, please. With all my heart, team ban. The single people are not happy for the people in the relationship, so ban it. Thank you.
They shouldn't buy Valentine because the Valentine is just mostly especially for your loved ones, people you cherish most, especially your loved ones, your mom, your girlfriend. You can just make time with them, then you enjoy yourself with them. So they shouldn't buy Valentine.
Now Valentine is around. Why should some people be oppressing some people? It's not fair.
Despite these hurdles, Valentine's Day remains relevant and widely celebrated, with growing emphasis on mental well-being, self-care, and expressions of love beyond romantic partnerships.
I'll be at work, so I wouldn't even have that luxury of time. But if I were to have the luxury of time in my hands, I would have loved to do something really nice. Maybe go out or something. But I do not necessarily have to go out on that Valentine's Day because I feel like there'll be too many people around, too much going on. I'd rather do it some other time. And again, like you said, if the person is supposed to be your lover, it's supposed to be someone that this kind of events resonate around you guys, not necessarily having to wait for a special day to express how you feel about the person. That's my opinion. So I feel like Valentine is just another day that should show an expression of love to your partner, not necessarily waiting for it once in a year to come.
As the world continues to adapt, Valentine's Day 2025 highlights the timeless human need for connection, appreciation, and affection in all forms. This report was compiled by Bayo Olaoye, Omobola Sandra, Souq News Television.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Alright, it's time for us to talk love and gifts. So when you merge these two together, you could say it is L plus V, and it gives you Valentine's Day, because it's not only Doc who knows formulas. We too, we know. we know formulas.
Oh, you passed mathematics in school. That's great.
So Valentine's Day is love plus V equal Valentine's Day. So L plus V equal Valentine's Day. If you know, you know. Priya wants to bring his own formula.
And during the course of the show or subsequently.
Okay, it's all good. So we're all smiles right now because we have a guest in the studio, one whose business is about making mouth-watering dishes for people, and not just any type of mouth-watering dish. You know, if you're a pastry lover, she also does this specially so that you can treat yourself to it. Are you wondering why we had to bring in a chef today? I said today is about love and gift. And so those who want to make your significant other or your loved ones feel special on this day, go out of your way to ensure that they show them that love by purchasing for them very, very tasty dishes, tasty pastry, and other gifts to accompany them. But I hear that there's a particular gender who is ranking top in that side. I won't tell you the other gender that is doing catch-up or not even trying to do catch-up. But first of all, let's introduce to you our guest this morning. She is a very beautiful lady, and she's adorned in the red dress. So when you see her, you just know that, yeah, something is happening today. They did not call it Valentine's Day for nothing. So we have Oluwatosin Obafunke Olahide, who is the founder, CEO of Diversity. Good morning. And welcome to the show.
Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Nice to be here.
Great.
Nice to see beautiful faces.
Yeah, we're happy to have you here too.
Thank you.
All right, let's talk about Valentine's Day. You're adorned in a beautiful red top. So I am also wearing a red dress, but I don't know whether it's a Valentine or it's just something to wear. This day is 14th February.
Yes.
Ordinarily, it could just be a normal date and people go about their own business. But for Saint Valentine's, who actually did a noble sacrifice to ensure that people who wanted to be together, a couple wanted to be together, could be, help them. And after that time, Valentine's Day, and so it has become a thing for lovers. It has become a thing for charity, because charity organizations on days like this also do things specially to make children in orphanages feel special. You are in the business of making good food, pastry for people. How does Valentine's Day help your business?
Okay, so first of all, thank you for having me. Valentine's Day, it's a day of love, and how best to show love by giving. There's no love without giving. And in my business, people want to gift their significant others, lovers, friends, I won't say fools, colleagues, something to just put a smile on people's faces. So they come to us. They want desserts, they want food trays. Now it has even blown, I won't say out of proportion, because it's good business for us, by the way. People want cakes, they want bouquets of flowers, they want balloons. And you said something earlier, the male gender is really trying.
So I didn't mention any gender. I said there's a particular gender. Why did you have to give us out?
Let's give them their flowers today.
Let you know that
So the male gender, we have more male customers. Some they'll remember just a few others that please, can you quickly, if I don't take this home, my wife is going to, or my babe or something. So yes, it's for us, it's good for business. When people come and they just want to make somebody else happy, you want to put a smile on. Like I said, I should have brought cake. Everybody will have smiled. Like just having something to celebrate the season.
Is Valentine really about love, or is it about business people creating an atmosphere to make more money? Because just like Christmas, today you see a lot of people that are buying balloon, what they call it, canisters to celebrate. And even in Asia, where they don't even believe in Jesus, they do more of this preparation. Is it actually a kind of a business strategy for business people?
No, it didn't come as a business strategy initially. Yes, it came as somebody, as you said, St. Valentine wanting to connect lovers. He went above and beyond to make sure that people got married. I think it was difficult at that time. But, it has gone beyond just giving flowers. You might not like flowers. What can I give to you? Oh, she's a cake lover. Let me make something for her. You might love perfumes. Let me give something. So it didn't start as a business, but you have to. Opportunity meets preparedness. So you just.
Priya, what do you think?
Okay, so I want to know statistics when you make comparisons, because from Valentine, coming from December to Valentine, the gap is not that far.
Much.
And I'm sure that during December, Christmas and the New Year celebration, you also get most offers to cook for families and all of that. So if you were to make calculations and specifically the kinds of food and the one that makes your sales so high and the ones that you are able to meet, the ones that are scarce, though very small, just let us know how that impacts your finances as a business.
For me, because I started with desserts and cakes, there's, I won't say like a 50% increase in Valentine than December.
Really?
Yes. People would do that
50% increase, that's huge.
Than Christmas because of the theme. You can decide, I don't want to say, a lot of people might not give certain people things for Christmas because they know, but something about love, there's just something about love that makes you want to spend money. Don't you want to spend money for your loved ones?
Oh, I did actually.
Okay, so
I've not seen any of such spending anyway. I think I need to see Kumala spend money. Maybe after now, we have to go find a way to spend that money.
We need to do a forensic audit to do that.
Because we need to know where those monies are going into. But again, looking at the environment as it is today, maybe you can do a comparative analysis 2 years ago, last year, this year. Are the other flowing the same way?
Yes. No. About 2 years ago, it was less than what it is now. There's a bit of study that I did that this year, 80% of people are spending more on food and maybe perfumes. And people are spending more now than they did about 2 years ago. Even though there's inflation and everything is going, I can't explain it. I'm not an economist, so I can't even say why. As much as people are saying, oh, the economy is bad. December, there was a huge turnover for us as business people, and even Valentine's. Yeah, about 80% of people are spending more compared to. I'm not an analyst, like you guys, so I might not be able to give you the exact figures, but yes, people are spending a lot.
Now, when you were talking about the gifts items that are demanded for this season, you mentioned flowers. As a typical Nigerian person or a Nigerian woman, one would have flowers. Where did we get that from? Is this an acquired taste that has opened up a big business for people?
Yes, I think it is. I think it's an acquired taste. Nigerians, we tend to jump on the wagon, I don't want to call it bandwagon, and then we just embrace it as our own and probably even surpass the people that brought, now. So the bouquets are going 100 roses, 50, yes, like.
What's the range in the cost of this?
From like 40K upwards.
For a bouquet
fresh
of flowers.
Roses, yes.
Fresh roses.
Fresh roses.
That the recipient or the receiver later on can keep and
yes, of course, you put it in a vase, they give you a bit of a treatment, yes. Certain liquids, you put it, I don't think it stays for more than like a week.
Really?
Yeah, I don't
and
think
then
maybe
the
a week or
40K
two.
goes like that.
My sister.
Please don't bring me flowers. Bring me something else. I asked that because it used to be a Western thing or a foreign thing when you watch movies and then you see a man who wants to propose to a woman, brings flowers, and she's like, oh, that's sweet. But these days you see it on social media and it's becoming a norm. So what role has social media played in the business of Valentine's Day?
As in, you cannot take that out. I think that's the biggest influencer, social media, because like in food, they say you feast with your eyes first. The more you look at it, it's appealing, you want it. Social media is, I would say now, the blood for a lot of businesses, because one person just has to say something. Even if you didn't like it, you think about it, you go to it. With TikTok ads, sponsored ads, influencers like them, Chef T and stuff, any little thing they do, people want to, and they're reaching hundreds and thousands of people. So I do believe that social media has driven a cultural, like say, shift to things that we probably didn't know before, like, criticized, and now they've suddenly become very comfortable with it. So I'll say social media has done a lot of it.
Okay, so one question I want to ask is this. Though you're a chef, you cook good food and all of that, sometimes when you are preparing to serve people for Valentine, they usually ask, or sometimes it's it's the business initiative where you saying, okay, we have packages
yes.
And categories. Could you talk to more about that?
Oh, yes.
And equally the prices too.
Yes. Okay, so we do, people want, how will I say, they want the whole package. Some people just say, I don't want just the cake, I want wine, I want this. So we come, from my own business, we have from the ranges of 80,000 up to 300K.
So as small as the 80,000 packages, what do you have in it?
So we might have a little cake, probably a bento cake or a 6-inch cake, jollof rice, fried rice, chicken, bottle of wine, chocolate, and maybe 1 or 2 fruits.
That's like 6 things.
Items, but in the quantity, yes.
Yes, the quantity
probably
varies.
about 1.5 to 2 liters, just a little for someone to just have, tied in a beautiful basket and bowl with a card, if that's what you want. Or we can have a tray as huge as, I don't want to say half of this table, that has a spread that can feed about 4 to 5 people. Because obviously, maybe if you're dating a girl that is in uni, you know that our roommates are all going to come. So you have, chicken, you have fish, chips, wine, perfume, flowers, balloons, just whatever it is your mind can think of that I want. You can say she has 15 things that she likes. I want everything on that tray. As long as you're willing to spend money, I'll service you.
I want to ask, this, the scale is not balanced when it comes to those who are shopping or spending money to buy gifts. You said that for your own business, you have more male customers. Where are the women in this? Is it about the kind of products that you offer? That's why you have more male customers. Is it that more men would not really appreciate pastry and food and all that? So where do you think the business goes to for females who wants to wow their male partners?
Okay, so women, we're mostly receivers, actually. Yeah, we're receivers.
On the line, receivers.
We're receivers, naturally and otherwise.
Okay.
But for the other counterpart, for the male gender, maybe if I was doing things like maybe perfumes, shirts, shoes, you guys value your belts. If I was in those kind of items, yes. Because half the time when they order food for the babe, they are going to eat it together. But then when to buy, yes, they are going to eat it together.
So it's not exactly a gift, but
anyway. But then for the guys, you're going for their t-shirts, and which is really expensive. I'm not into that business. Your cufflinks, your wristwatches, so it's a bit high end. They're a bit high maintenance. They don't realize it. Yes, men are high maintenance. Your shoes, your belt. So people in that line of business would say they have more male customers. They have more female customers giving to men. But I'm not really, barely do I get a girl saying, please, I want to do cake for my man. or no, I don't get much of those customers. But if I was probably doing your perfume, wristwatch, shoes, man bags, belts, hair, I would say I have more.
So don't blame us. The economy is the reason we can't go to those
Yeah, but talking about this economy, and I'm going back to the question that Blessing asked earlier, this craze for flowers.
Yes.
The global flower market is about $31 billion.
Wow, I didn't know that.
And Nigeria spends between 2.4 to 3 million US dollars importing flowers from Singapore, China, Netherlands, and Kenya. Do you think that our people are taking advantage of the business opportunity that Valentine and flower business is opening up for us?
I mean, we have horticulturists here.
Well, if were you, wouldn't you want a chunk of that market? It's business. Business is business. It doesn't matter. Unfortunately, if you're the one spending the money, you might be uncomfortable with it, yes. But if I do see that opportunity, I don't deal with flowers. I buy from the people bringing it in. I just add it to, the bouquet. To the package if you want it. But it's a thriving business by itself. We have.
Yeah, but I'm saying, is there sufficient investment locally on the flower business?
I might not be able
it's a huge market.
I might not be able to answer that question properly because I don't have that statistics. But I don't know if there are people planting a lot of flowers here, and I don't know if they can meet the demand of. And it's not a business. I don't think it's a business I want to invest so much in because it's just for a very short period of time, just a day. Today is probably the day.
Are you sure it's about Valentine alone? Because even if we look at it in other areas, apologies that I have to bring this in, but it's just to buttress a point. When we talk about acquired taste, there are certain kinds of culture now that we are now imbibing. So when you talk about people who have lost loved ones, Rick Lane on funeral sites of loved ones is also becoming a thing, and they also need flowers for that. So it seems like the floral industry is growing much in Nigeria.
Well, I'm not an authority in that department. I believe it is for occasions, but on a day like this, like Valentine's, you would see a huge turnover, especially you want red roses, pink roses. Yes, for wreaths, for burials, obviously. For weddings, you're going to have your bouquet. Your bouquet. Yes, but today...
For proposals, the oil thing, you have flowers on the ground.
But a lot of times, people won't do fresh flowers on the ground.
Okay.
They will do the artificial ones. It's quite expensive, really, for you to have this whole place filled with fresh roses. So I think the business of artificial flowers might be doing a bit more than that of fresh flowers for this season. So we're talking more of fresh flowers. I don't have the statistics that you want.
So recently, between December and now, we had a food inflation of 34%. Even though the government said its ambition is to bring it down to 15%. How has that impacted your food business? And since you're even talking about 50% increase in this time of Valentine?
First of all, it has affected my own profit margin because in order to kind of stay afloat, you have to also meet them midway. Probably reduce your profit margin a bit so you don't lose all your customers. But I've also had to increase my prices. And yes, one or two customers have dropped off, like, I can't afford this anymore. And they've looked for maybe cheaper vendors, maybe because of my own personal business on how much I have to keep making. But it has affected us, probably adversely, but we're creative. If I can't do this, I find an alternative. Like I deal with a lot of whipping creams. And I think I used to buy it at 6,000 naira, and I'm buying at 15K now. Yes.
Can some of these ingredients that you make use of be homemade? Is it that because a lot of them are imported, that's why it's very expensive? Can we have some of them homemade?
Yes and no. I can't make whipped cream here. You need fresh milk or you need heavy cream. Most of the things I use as a dessert, they're imported. My chocolates are imported.
But we have cocoa here, so
Yes.
And we have cattle and cows.
yes, for the milk.
Yeah.
So how come it's,
You know, funny enough, I
as
entered
if
into
the
a
technology
store.
is,
I
you know,
needed to buy
something we do not
chocolate,
have?
and there's a Nigerian produced chocolate that was way more expensive than an imported one. I'll have done the Nigerian one. It's produced here. I don't know, cost of production, energy, everything drives up that price. So I had to go for the imported one. I was saying, see, this is imported, this is Nigerian. And I can't even afford the Nigerian made one. So most of the things I use are imported, unfortunately.
Yeah, but I think that's one area, because people talk about Nigeria, oh, there's poverty, and then of course there's a whole lot of opportunity. Denmark is a very small country, and Denmark sell on cheese alone over $40 billion US shipping to the American market and to Asia. And this is just a byproduct from cow.
From cow.
Yeah.
And we have
soured milk.
Yeah.
So you find that there are a whole lot of opportunity, but here we are still having that conversation whether we should have ranches where we can feed cows properly.
I know there's one.
There's a huge business in dairies that has not been exploited, and I think these are part of the challenge, because even the dairies we are still using for milk, we still import a lot
Most
of it.
Most of it, yes.
Yeah, and this is the opportunities. Also saying to Nigerians out there that there are opportunities where we can make money here in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Especially this period. A whole lot of things are around Valentine. Whether it's Valentine, whether it's marriage, whether it's burial. There's a whole lot of celebration that is happening around in our environment. And there's a need for us to see how we invest in this area, can create jobs for us. And then we don't need to move money out of the environment, as it were.
Yes.
Well, while we're talking off air, you said that you are a self-taught chef.
Yes.
How did that happen? See the big business you created for yourself, being self-taught, and now you're professional. So can you take us through the process?
Okay, so growing up as a firstborn and an only girl, you have to cook. And my mom was a chef, even though I never met her as that, but there were books always lying around the house, so I would just read up on it. I lost my mom when I was 12, so I had to be responsible for my siblings. Thank you, it's fine. So it made me creative in the kitchen. I remember when my neighbors would say, every time they see a Danish butter cookie tin, they just know that I've probably baked with it. So I was, I just kept mixing like that, just going back and forth. Then when I got married and I wasn't working, I had young kids, I started baking somehow. And I remember the first person that gave me an opportunity to sell a cake to her, I think Auntie Adesua in Ikwe, she was like, oh, I've tasted your cake. Can you decorate it for me? And I'd never done that before. I was petrified. I think I spent 4 hours decorating a 10-inch cake because I kept making mistakes, and she paid me for me. I think that was the first cake I got paid for. And from then, I got confidence to keep pushing, keep taking menus. I'll read it. Then I had a lot of neighbors that I used as guinea pigs. If you are my neighbor, you'll have eaten maybe bread that the head is like this.
I wish I was your neighbor.
And I would just keep doing that, And then someone like, then if you come to my house, I'll make cake for you or something sharp. And like, don't you think you can sell this? I'm like, who's going to buy this thing that we're doing in the house? And then people started encouraging. 5K here, 10K here. I bought my first cake pan, very small thing like that. And then somebody said, okay, let me give you money. Go and buy more cake stuff. And I think 50K, maybe in 2007 or 8. And that's how I just started. From then, I have this staff, invaluable. It's good to have good staff. And I said, someone wants a fondant cake. He said in Yoruba, can you knead? I said, yes. I said, I have a recipe. She's not educated, but if you can knead it, I can teach you. So we sat down there and we started kneading, and like that, wedding cakes, then go to Food Network, watching, and somehow I started making wedding cakes. I started doing bread. I can't even explain how, with God's help, the business started thriving. Then I got my first job to manage a kitchen, a professional. I'm like, I don't think I can do it. Like, oh, it's inside, you can do it. And like that, wedding cakes, like 4 a month, 4 tiers, 5 tiers. I kept learning. It was important that I kept reading. Because when you have kids and you can't really leave them, You know, you just have to find a way around it. And at some point, I cooked on TVC, did on cooking show, you know, and I thank God for where we are and where we are going.
Your story is very inspirational. So for you who's saying, I don't have a job, I've been carrying my files about, perhaps you need to look inward and ask
I can
yourself,
teach you.
Oh, she can also teach. What is that skill? What is that thing that comes natural to you? Perhaps it's time to turn it into a business. Pray.
Yes, that's it for me. And you said something very, very specific. And you said you can do it. That is insight.
Yes.
And you tapped in from what you had inside.
All you
and
need is within.
What is within, and you saw the possibilities on outside to make a change. And today is Valentine's Day. I am more interested in that 50% growth that your business experienced
because
from
people
December
have to eat.
From December to
Valentine.
to Valentine, just in 3 months. I think that's a good one.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I think now you're giving an idea out to our viewers out there that there's a very simple way to go through some things. I think I will do my homemade cake today.
No, but I can teach you. You know, so what I have is I made a lot of mistakes. And I've learned. So
yes, I can use it as BP.
Seriously. So don't do those mistakes. You can come. I teach. I do private tutoring.
Okay.
And also, I also do that. And to be creative with food, anything. Then I've also started cooking. On the show, Street Food Nigeria Season 5, they dubbed Queen of Afrofusion, being able to mix what we have here with continental meals and just.
Okay, before we let you go, there are some persons who have been thinking, oh, that lady, this is my wife. Do I take her out on a date for Valentine's Day? You know, they are significant order. For guys who would want to just maybe order food and they're thinking, what can I buy? What can I do? Is it cake? Do you have gifts ideas for people on this day?
Yes. I think it's important that you know what your spouse likes. So it helps you curate gift. So if she's not a flower lover, don't give her flowers. Or if she's allergic, you could do perfume, lingerie, you know, that's jewelries. You can even buy bone straight hair. If your budget can take it. If you want to take her out, if she's been cooking all day, all year, please spend the money, take her out. Don't be stingy. We don't do stingy boyfriend association. So please take her out, you know, just to show that you really appreciate them. And then I like being intentional. What has she been dropping hints around the house? It might be that air fryer. You know, get it, package it.
To make her work in the kitchen
to make
easy.
it easier. If you notice that she has love for baking, get her a mixer. It's not that, you know, can get Bucci mix, get this one, get that
please,
one.
you need to drop the money for those brands. Okay, but please, before we talk about the money.
Or buy her a phone.
Okay, so it's to be as if we're buyers. We have men here. There's one to my left. There's another to my right. So about the men, what can the ladies do? You know, they've been complaining that all we know how to buy is boxers and singlets. But like you said, they're high maintenance. It's not really our fault.
They're not cheap.
Okay, it's not really our fault. But what can we still do for them?
Okay, so you can take them on a spa date.
That's still expensive. Auntie, calm down.
You can take them on a spa date. Or you can learn how to do it for them. You know, just bros, lie down, don't do anything today.
And today happens to be Friday.
So you know, the Valentine is going to be long because it's going to be Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So let's not say just. You know, you could take them on a spa date, as I said. It's not too expensive. Let him go and do his pedicure, facials. Let him have a new haircut, you know. A good body massage because they work hard. So they also need to relax. Do his nails.
She's talking like a Nigerian woman. You know, when it comes to love, Nigerians don't leave any stone unturned. They go all out. Where people were very, very expressive. And that's why Valentine's Day business thrives a lot in Nigeria. Even in some, more than it does in some other places. Because when it comes to celebrations, the Christmas, is a Salah, we just go all out. We know how to have fun, how to enjoy ourselves. I just want to ask, Doc, would you mind going to the spa?
Well, why not?
Okay, I don't know what to ask. What would you like as a gift?
Well,
what I want to give, I'm just asking for those who be interested.
My producer have me working tomorrow. That's what I'm thinking about.
Oh, so that's a gift.
I said,
That's the type
no
of gift you like?
spa.
That's the kind of gift
No
you like?
spa.
No,
No
but you
I'm
can-
working.
After work today,
I'm
now,
working
probably
tomorrow.
2 hours. A 2-hour session.
In 2 hours.
2 hour session.
I will sleep off and I'll be
It's
late for my
smiling already.
assignment.
Or you need a new wristwatch.
Okay.
Or new tie, perfume. Are you a perfume lover?
Yes.
Yeah, so we could do a fragrance set, body spray, perfume, something nice, amouage. You know, I'm a perfume lover, so
Okay,
great.
all right.
something nice.
Thank you so much, Oluwatosin Obafunke Olaide, who is the founder CEO of the Versatility, right?
The versatility means versatile.
Okay, the
It's
versatile.
a French word for versatility.
I never liked French in school, so it just showed up now. Thank you so much. It's been a wonderful conversation with you.
Thank you for having me.
We're not done with the Front Burners Friday's edition. When we return from this break, it'll be time for us to hear from you on posts and perspectives. You can tell us what gift you received today being Valentine's Day.
Valentine's Day is marked with diverse customs. While the United States, Canada, and the United Kingdom emphasize gift exchanges, romantic dinners, and handwritten notes, countries like Japan and South Korea have gender-based traditions where women give chocolates to men on February 14th and men reciprocate on White Day, March 14th. In Brazil, the equivalent, Dia dos Namorados, is celebrated on June 12, while in China, the Qixi Festival honors love later in the year.
Personally, I just feel like Valentine is just like a special, though every day with your loved one is special, but for Valentine, it's special because people share gifts with their loved ones. So I believe that Valentine is just for sharing gifts with your loved ones, not just basically your boyfriend or your partner. You can always share gifts with your mom, your dad, anybody entirely, just to express how you feel to them.
Valentine's Day is more of a day of to show love, an expression of love across the world. So basically I'm here to get a few things for my office because we are also trying to show love to our customers and clients that have been patronizing us for a while.
The day's signature colors, red, pink, white, purple, and yellow, symbolize different aspects of love, from passion to friendship. Meanwhile, modern trends such as eco-friendly gifts, virtual celebrations, and Valentine's Day, a celebration of female friendship, has gained traction, reflecting a more inclusive approach to love and relationships. However, Valentine's Day also faces significant challenges in 2025. Economic constraints and rising costs have made traditional celebrations expensive, pushing many towards DIY gifts and budget-friendly alternatives.
Everybody knows that things are expensive, no? So for last year, the amount that we bought things last year is, more different than now. So I feel like the economy has added.
Valentine's Day is unlike before. So I don't know, maybe it's the country or I don't understand. Because everything is quite dull. Because before 3-4 years back, we know what to sell around here. People selling perfumes, people selling gift items, wine, so many things around there because this is the open market and it's very big. Well, we don't seem to see anything like the market is dull.
Before, if to say today as Valentine remain a day, we used to sell well. We used to sell less, and the more we buy, the more we sell. But now, you will sit down from morning till night, you know we sell. Like since morning night before 7, I'm in the market. Now I never say anything. Now I sell markets.
Critics argue that over-commercialization has diluted the true essence of Valentine's Day, turning the holiday to a marketing strategy for brands. Additionally, In some cultures, public celebrations are restricted due to religious or societal norms.
Timban, please. With all my heart, Timban. The single people are not happy for the people in the relationship, so ban it. Thank you.
Oh, that's
All right, we're done talking about Valentine's Day, but first we need to hear from you before we continue our conversation. What a wonderful one it was having our guest here who is a self-taught chef. Before she left, she gave me one gift idea, but I won't sell it to you. She said there is money bouquet. So for those who don't like flowers, you can send them money bouquet. That's a nice one. All right, let's hear from you. We've talked about the increase in the budget, which was raised from about 49 trillion to 54.99 trillion naira, and it has been passed by the National Assembly. Comments around that from different people. We have Mimi Jaja says, budget keeps increasing annually, but inflation keeps going up. What is the cause? It simply means that the appropriated funds are not getting to the critical sectors to address the fiscal crisis in Nigeria. The budget is being looted by politicians. So says Mimi Jaja with the handle or Mimika. Okay, let's take some of the comments on that. And this one says, okay, this one says, share from Kayode Ibrahim, share unago kukuma sellers join puts for the budgets. Budgets are 54.9 trillion naira in a country, yet people are suffering like jabbers. So question is, where is the expenditure going to? For crying out loud, who are the people cornering this money and to where? Doc, what do you say to these comments?
Well, budget will always come, and that is the way governments are run. Budget is an estimation of what governments intend to earn and spend within a given period of time, and it's a management tool that helps governments to prioritize things that they want to spend money on. And the challenge that we have had over the years is the fact that what is coming in is always not commensurate to what the needs are. If you do the maths, you will see that what we have in this year's budget is not up to $20 billion. And of course, the world is transacting in dollars and not in naira. So you could have volumes of naira, but yet what it can achieve is small compared to what it used to achieve. Inflation has dealt a huge blow on the economy, no doubt about it, and I think that's why the president is determined to see how to bring inflation down. And I think from what we are seeing in the last 1.5 years has shown that there's a government that is really pro-people thinking to see how to grow businesses, make the economy look good, and this also reflecting in what appropriation is looking like. It's becoming really more scientific, and I think we just need to give government some time and see how this thing translates to the good of everyone in the longer run. But that said, people should not just be skeptical, because we know that there's a trust deficit in the system. People are not happy that things are not going the way they should go. But like I've said, we just need to be a little patient with government, and that will give us some reprieve. Nigeria need more money to spend, and that's the only way it can show.
Talking about report for Nigerians, the other story that we looked at in the course of news analysis was that of the former governor of Lagos State, Fashola, advocating for monthly rent payment as against the yearly rental payment system that we have currently in Lagos and in some other parts of Nigeria. So Kayode Abraham says yearly is still okay. However, the rent agreement in caps, agency, and refundable damages and the rent itself be controlled by government. It's killing. This market environment is then too harsh and suicidal for prospective apartment seekers. Something has to be done urgently. And then we also have a comment from G-Force. G-Force says, how does it work when the government and some organization are owing their staff 6 months unpaid salary? And then moving on, we also have another comment on that. And this one says, it will return numerous individuals to their village. This is effective only in areas that do not have a significant number of unemployed residents. Nigerians will witness high percentage of its citizens roaming the streets and sleeping under the bridge if this policy is enforced. I think we can take one more comment on that before we move on. And then this is saying from Ross Otis, without comprehensive policies protecting both landlords and tenants, implementing a monthly rent system in Nigeria could create more problems than solutions. Instead of just proposing payment reforms, policymakers should focus on affordable housing, rental laws, and economic stability to address the root causes of housing struggles. Priya, what's your thought? Now, someone says that it will return more people to the village if the rent payment system is reduced from the yearly system to monthly. Others have concern and they say it's about providing more affordable housing rather than trying to tamper with the payment system.
Yes, if we look at the few days ago, 2 days ago, we had a conversation about the Federal Road Safety Corps, and myself and Doc, we equally went to their app. We see they put a specific area for driving schools that have been standardized by the Federal Road Safety Corps that can carry out the driving tutorial for people and give them the certificate, so in order for them to get them the driver's license. The government can establish, the Ministry of Housing, or the state and the federal level can establish a place whereby they have all registered and certified agents. Then set a specific amount of money for the agent and agreement, which will not be a burden for Nigerians, so that they can be regulated by government and they pay to that account and they can get their commission. Then the government can use that as an instrument to regulating housing and the renting policy, whereby saying that we can only pay for a month and not a year, so that we can allow Nigerians to breathe. Then in that specific case, those who it will not be the discretion of the person who is renting the apartment to say, oh, fine, we know there is a law for us to pay monthly, but I want to pay a year. I want to pay yearly. Do you mind accepting this? It should be at the discretion of the person who is paying the rent, not as a tool in the hand of the, what's it called, or of the landlord, to say that let us establish it this way.
I think that comment on agency and agreement is one area that government really need to look at, because we need a law. You even find cases where you have to transact with the landlord directly. There's no agent involved.
In between.
And you are asked to pay agency fee and agreement. And in most of the cases, you're paying agreement, there's actually no agreement written. So it just becomes like an additional fund for the landlord. So they calculate the agency agreement caution fees and they see it as another aspect of money different from the rent. And I think if there's anything government can do, I don't think the yearly issue is a problem. It's even regulating the agency and the agreement fee. And the one coming to rent house, it should be the business of the landlord to write an agreement, which is going to govern the house. It's like two of us enter into MOU. We're not asking lawyer. I contact my lawyer to do my agreement, and I don't need to pay the lawyer. But these monies are paid straight to the agency. When there are problems in the house, you don't see the lawyer. When there is no water, there is no electricity, the soccerways are full, you don't see the lawyer. They take the money and they just go away, and you call them agent. And I think those things have to be regulated really. And a fixed percentage had to be put. And then, of course, these agreements should not be deposited in the house of the landlord alone. Government should also have access to this agreement, so that if there are 3 copies, since we are paying lawyer to do it, put one with government, put one for the man doing the rent, and put the one with the landlord, so that even government can itself determine whether property tax are paid on this rent and whether money is coming to government as it should. And I think that way, some of all these infractions really can be corrected.
Okay, we're out of time, but we'll just take 2 more comments regarding the Ethics and Integrity Compliance Scorecard released by the Independent Corrupt Practices Commission. So see Governor says MDAs are best when they work in synergy, not working as an island and unnecessary competition. I'll take one more from that as a topic, and this time it's a comment from Okpeyemi Diwali, who says, accountability is the main deal for MDs. All right, that's the show today. Many thanks for watching. It's Friday, so you're free now. Okay, you must finish from work first if you're at work, and you must do your business. If you are someone who's into gift items and other items that are needed or sourced for on Valentine's Day, I assure you that you will get patronage. You know, we brought to you a report where some traders were talking about low patronage. You know, Nigerians wait for last minute. Everybody shouts from the 1st of December, no money, no money. But once we get into Christmas week, you see how people show up at markets. So they've not been coming, but trust me, from yesterday evening to this evening, you will see that people are trooping to where they can get gifts, where they can have fun with your loved ones. But you can also show love to those in the orphanage. Let's not restrict Valentine's Day to lovers. There are those who are underprivileged in the society. Whatever you think you can do to put a smile on someone's face, by all means, go ahead and do it. I am Blessing Aiche. The show returns Monday, 7 a.m. West African time. And from Dr. Idausa Osamanze.
What a week it has been unfettered. We have said them as they are, and we do hope that this will shape policy and advance development in our environment. See you Monday.
Peri Krumali.
Yes, and from me, I say do have yourself a splendid weekend and rest, because the new week is almost just 2 hours away.
If you know what it means. Time waits for no one.
2 hours away. Bye for now.
Bye.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
the Africa Development Study Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
I was born on the 16th day of October, 63 years ago. I'm from Opobo, yeah, and went to school. I'm from River State, from Opobo in River State. Went to school in Port Harcourt, lived in Port Harcourt all my life, from primary to secondary school to A-levels. Then after A-levels, I got admission to Unilag. Immediately after Unilag, I got married, and I've lived in Lagos ever since. Well, it was fun for us because me and my husband were very young. My husband was 25, I was 21 and all that. But we learned on the job. We were friends. We were friends for 3 years when I was in Unilag, university, and we came out, we got married. So we're like children that just got married. But I had my parents. My parents were his very good friends. So when I get naughty, he would report me to my parents. When I didn't know these kind of duties were demands of somebody's wife, they would tell me this is my responsibility. I'm like, no. I will agree to some, I will not agree to some. But I mean, it was fun. We had our ups and downs, but we kind of pushed through it. And then the children started coming, and it was a different ballgame. You know, when you come from that kind of family, it's like part of your system. You don't really regard it as anything anymore. But sometimes I get the shock of my life because there was a time my in-laws came to Opobo for one ceremony, and I saw the king. And he gave me a hug and he gave me a pick, and they were like, whoa, the upper Benin won't even shake your hand, you know, as a woman. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's the same family, you understand? So we're used to that. I think we take it for granted. But maybe some other people say, you must call me a princess, you must call me that. I'm not into all those kind of things. I'm not at all, I've never been. So I can't start tomorrow. But yeah, great King Jaja of Opobo, my great-great-grandfather. And my children, when they studied it in school, they went to Corona school. When they studied, came, Mom, we're telling our teacher and our classmates that this King Jaja of Opobo, they taught them about King Jaja of Opobo in school. And they said, that's my mommy's great-grandfather. Like, whoa, no, it was like a big deal to them. For us, Absolutely, upbringing. Upbringing are my personal choice too, because you could be brought up one way and choose to go another way. You understand? My one of my philosophies in life is like this. You're not the tallest in the world, you're not the shortest, you're not the prettiest, you're not the ugliest, you're not the richest, you're not the poorest. Oh, just get with it. Do you understand? If you're looking for beauty, there are more beautiful women than you say. If you're looking for ugly, there are uglier women. If you're looking for tall, you're looking for it. So what is it? Do you understand? You didn't come into this world with anything. You're not going to go with anything. So just be grateful to God for whatever you have or whatever you are. Work towards improving on it, improving your relationship with God Almighty and improving your relationship with your fellow human beings. That's my philosophy in life. So what's the point of carrying all the chips on your shoulder? It makes life heavier for you. Seven is my favorite number. It's a number for perfection, and I was born on the 16th of October. My star sign is Libra. We're always looking for perfect balance in everything. It's just an influence from the horoscopes, I'm told. But J is my husband's name, D is my name, and 7 is my favorite number. Lazy way of forming the name of a company, isn't it? So I did, and it stuck. And I knew I was going to go into couture, so that was it. Easy. I was a victim of circumstance. I keep saying it. I didn't really come into business to be a fashion designer, to go into fashion, and creativity has always been something that's innate. Okay, even before I started making clothes or doing this, I used to always give designers the styles that I wanted them to make for me. I didn't have tailors, but when I finished my NYSC at Nigerian Television Authority in Victoria Island, I decided I wasn't going to work there. I wanted to work in a more organized setup. You understand? Because of management traineeship, because I never worked all my life. You know, my parents were very protective. I'm the last girl in the family. They were always very protective. So I said I wanted to work somewhere, and I prayed about it. And I got into Unilever. Then it was called Labor Brothers. And for 5 years, but you know, the intensity of work there became a bit much for me because I was a young mother. I had 2 kids then. Was going on having the 3rd one, so it became a bit time. Sometimes Unilever was one of the biggest. When the international directors come in, we used to be the ones to host them with all the Unilever affiliates. Linters, the advertising agency used to be here, all the Nigerian breweries, USC, you understand, AJC, we're all Unilever group. Sometimes I won't get home until 3 a.m. when we are hosting, and with kids in the house, it can be a bit much. So I'm like, I prayed about it and I decided something has to give. It's either your family, your children you will not give them the attention they need then, and they were growing fast, or your job will suffer, and then you will not be happy whichever way. So I decided, you know what, let my priority be my family, and I decided to go back. And I put in my resignation. That was not what I'm fine. When I did, my chairman refused to accept the resignation. So I had to use another way to encourage him to accept it. So I left Unilever. I said, okay, I wasn't the type of person that was suited for being a housewife. I wanted to do the kind of business I would do, but still have 100% time for the kids. So when the kids say, they're having something in school, I'm there. Okay? I decided I was going to just market corporate gifts. When I was in Unilever, I was the assistant corporate affairs manager in charge of press. So, and being in Unilever at the corporate affairs level, I already knew a lot of companies. So I used that opportunity to get back to those companies and introduce my new business. And in the first year, I actually made more money than my 5-year stint in Unilever. So that was the normal encouragement. You make more money, do your own business. You have more time for your kids, for your family, and for yourself. And you travel quite a bit because you have to go and buy the corporate gifts. It was a win-win. Then, a few years down the line, the president, Olusegun Obasanjo, came in and said they were doing backward integration and they were going to stop the importation of all this corporate gift and a lot of other things. So we were actually forced to look inwards. And when we started looking inwards, that's when it hit me that apart from big that was being produced by Eleganza, we're not really manufacturing anything in Nigeria apart from textiles and maybe I think Eleganza was doing food flask or something. And which corporate body do you want to give as end of year gift? So what we had to do now, because a lot of my clientele were like Shell, Chevron, I started looking at what. I said, okay, if I have to do something, I can do beddings, pillowcase trimmings, table covers, table placemat, napkins with fabrics like ashok and I can do jute bags, you know. It came to me. So I had to go and buy one machine and employed one tailor. So sometimes they will call me. I did some samples. So even in Abuja, when they were going to have, like I remember the West African Women's Affairs, they had a conference. So they wanted jute bags, and we had about 1,000 or 2,000 jute bags, and that was quite nice. Plus, apart from the end of year activities, so that's it. But you know, after those periods, you have periods of lull, like you're not using the machine and the tailor. You have to be paying tailor for doing it. I'm like, why am I going to these people to make my clothes? Tailor, oh yeah, this is the style I want. I started first by giving some of my clothes, repeat it. You did well. So I started designing. I could sketch very well. I was a science student in school, but I could sketch really well. So I was sketching, would do well. And sometimes when I wear the clothes and I go to supermarket, some women will just call me, hey, I really like this thing you're wearing. Please, where did you make it? I'm like, okay, I'll give you the address. I give them the address. They started coming. Before I could say that, within 1 month, I had over 50 women I had to make clothes for. And the one tailor was no longer enough. I had to employ 2 others. That was how we started. From 2 to 4, then I had a whole factory before you could see that. I started making school uniforms, started doing all kinds of things. And then some of the magazines, like Genevieve magazine, looked around like, are you sure you make this outfit? I thought you were a broadcaster. I thought you sell. I said, yes, I did. So I did some photo shoot session for her. And I modeled the clothes actually. And whoa, I started getting calls from Paris, from the UK. I did DC Fashion Week. You know, I was just, and they will pay your ticket, pay your hotel, please come and showcase for us. Some will even say, please come and open the show for us. Some say, we want you to close this. I'm like, okay. There are places that I would never have thought of going to, like Burkina Faso. They will invite me, the top fashion designers there would, when the Alfadi does this, they want every 4 years. Alfadi in Niger. The Niger government sponsors it. He calls all, including Elisab, every international designer, they will go, especially the Moroccan ones, those North African ones, Indians. So they invite one designer from each country. So they used to call me to come because of what I used to work a lot with Ankara and Ashok, and I do international acclaimed, how would I put it, couture outfits with Ankara, big hats, funny looking, structured clothes and all that. So that was how it went, you know. And I did all the magazines. I've won all the awards. So after a while, you know, I started thinking of concentrating on exports. In the process of doing that, my husband took ill. After 2 years, we lost him. So when I came back home, I gave a lot of things a lot of thought. My kids were still in school. My daughter got married. She was in Australia already. And then my kids, my 2 boys were still in school. So I said, look, this fashion design group is not going to pay school fees in pounds sterling and dollars. So I said to myself, you know what? Why don't you give the man hours to the industry, the family business that were yielding the most income. That was how I started kind of just saying, you know what, let me just minimize it a bit. My core clients were still coming. So I kept the tailors, my experienced tailors that worked with for years, I kept few of them. And I kind of cut down on that business. I said, you know what, let me just go and face the family business and do this for the people who really know what I'm doing. And word of mouth goes. So I'm still doing that, but my priority is really not that low. When you look at me the first time you see me, you see a fragile woman that don't like to sweat, that's spoiled, that like to be kept. I'm like, what? Absolutely not. My husband didn't want me to do anything. He just felt he wanted to spoil me. I said, that's not how to love me at all. Please. It's either you kind of understand the person I am. I'm a very creative mind. This mind has to keep working, or I'll make life miserable for you, know. What I will advise, even women who are willing to work, you don't even do one job. You must get at least more than 2 streams of income. Otherwise, you will not make ends meet. That is the truth of today's world. You understand? Then those ones that want to be kept, no matter how wealthy your husband is, wealth is not static. Some people start today. When they retire, everything goes downhill. Some people mean well, they love you, they want to take care of you, but nature calls, they part ways. Some marry other women, some leave, some die. You understand? So anything can happen. I will advise them, everybody, try to be as independent as you can, financially independent. I think you actually earn more respect when you do that. And then also, when things don't work out too well for the husband, no matter how rich you are, you don't have to put him through too much stress. You can take care of yourself, you can take care of yourself, you take care of him, you encourage him, but let him not feel that the world has come to an end. You know, a man feels happy when he knows that his back is covered, even when he's not making it. You understand? It doesn't make him lazy, it makes him very grateful. Yeah. So I will advise everybody, get something doing. Do something that will enable you earn good income if you can. Do something that you also enjoy doing. I've always believed in garbage in, garbage out. Yeah? Garbage in is the stress abound. You cannot control that. But you can control your attitude towards stress. Stress is the #1 killer and ages of everything in this world. It's your attitude to stress that you have to manage, and that depends on you. What you put in your mouth also depends on you. Your mind, your heart, your spirit, your soul. You have to be loving, you have to be forgiving, you understand? All that depends on you. So it's actually you that decide whether you're going to age gracefully or you're not. Forget about the genes first. It's true. You understand? Some people are so malicious. When you offend them once, oh my goodness, they will carry it in their chest and the chest will be expanding and they won't sleep well and they begin to have problems. Meanwhile, the person you're angry with does not even know you exist. It's crazy. So for me, it's just be free and take life easy. Take it as it comes and always be grateful to God. I'm too honest and straightforward. It's either I will be killed immediately or because I will tell you the truth no matter who's asked is God. I don't think I can play politics. I'm not a politician at all. I am a very straight shooter. I will tell you to your face when you're doing stupid things. that was my relationship with my mom, my dad, my husband. So most times I'm the last girl in the house. So maybe when they were disciplining the first ones, by the time they got to my turn, they were a bit tired. So we could talk to my parents anyhow. But I don't do it to create whatever. I just feel that if anybody worth talking to, is worth talking to with honesty and integrity. And when you want to play politics, they will see something that is black. They will say it's yellow. I can't do that. For the love of me, I can't. So politics is not my call. And because of that, they will not allow your creativity to come out, your sincerity. What's the point? Yes. I'm actually planning some kind of. I met some of my old models that are doing very well. And when you deal with a lot of these girls, some of them have traveled with me to Niger. Sometimes they'll tell you bring 2 of your models. Some of them we have very good relationship. We're going to do a reunion one of these days. It will be fun. And they are all calling, when are we going to do this? I say, don't worry, we'll get a reunion done. Because we need to revisit the fashion industry, see how things are going. They're doing well. The new ones are doing well. And I just pray that the environment will not discourage them, It's not just Nigeria, it's the world. Whatever is happening in Nigeria is what the truth is. A crate of egg in Nigeria is still cheaper than a crate of egg in the US and in the UK, even with the exchange rate. So it's not just Nigeria, the world is experiencing some kind of. The way I see it is like the pangs of birth before the child finally comes. That intense labor. And then when the child is born, everything is calm and beautiful, everybody is happy. I think we are just towards the end of the labor pain. It's going to get better, but we're going to pass through a lot of that before it gets better. And when it finally gets better, we'll all be smiling. But right now, the whole world, not just Nigeria, is crazy. If you look at international, listen to international news, it's actually crazier than here. I just pray. Yes, I live opposite, I won't even say it, on the street. One of the big men that live on that street, his birthday was yesterday, and the whole street was filled with beggars, hungry people. It was really crazy. I felt so bad. We were pushing each other, killing each other, fighting just to get a plate of jollof rice. It was very sad. It didn't used to be that bad. There were a few people who would come hang around, but the whole street, I couldn't move anywhere yesterday because of it. But I hope it gets better soon, so that the best in all of us can come in. Because hunger and poverty can actually bring out the worst in people. Naturally, yes. I have an NGO that I do. What I do, I take girls, young girls that are not able to complete school because of poverty, and I educate them. You understand? I try to pay school fees, help people, and I believe in education a lot. Yeah, because I don't believe in giving you the fish. I believe in teaching you how to fish. I have few of them from my place come stay with me. Some of them are able to stand the discipline. Some of them are not able. So the ones that are able to stay, they stay and they do very well. Some of them I train from a distance and they do well. So I've had university graduates, I have the levels, I have all kinds of things. That's what I do. And most people come to me naturally, not because I'm a trained mentor or anything. When you do anything out of love, an act of sincerity of purpose, and because they see you as genuine, they listen to you. You understand? When you mean well, you tell people the honest truth, and they, it's not easy sometimes, but yes, a kind of mentor.
Jim Ovia, one of the most influential and successful businessmen in Nigeria, who has made a mark in the financial system. He is the founder and chairman of Zenith Bank, one of Africa's largest and most profitable banks. He has been described by Forbes Africa as the godfather of banking in Nigeria.
My name is Jim Ovia. I'm chairman of Zenith Bank, and I thank you all for listening to me.
This illustrious son of Africa was one of the financial leaders who revolutionized the banking sector in Nigeria. Let's take a close look into the life, background, career and achievements of this enigma, Jim Ovia. Jim Ovia was born on November 4, 1951 in Agbo, Delta State, Nigeria, to a large family as the second son of Chief Obi Olihe of Agbobi in Delta State. Being one from a humble background, Jim attended local schools as he had lost his father at the tender age of 4. His widowed mother, together with his older brother, saw him through school. He had secondary education at Ika Grammar School in Agbo. Due to his interest in business and technology, he proceeded to the United States to study business administration at Southern University, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, USA, where he obtained a bachelor's degree in 1977. He furthered to University of Louisiana, Monroe, Louisiana, and bagged a master's degree in business administration in 1979. Jim Ovia is also an alumnus of the prestigious Harvard Business School. Jim Ovia worked briefly as a clerk in Union Bank in 1973 before proceeding for tertiary studies. Upon acquiring immense business knowledge from international institutions, he returned to Nigeria, his home country, and began a career in banking. He continued at this for years, working for banks such as Lion Bank, Merchant Bank of Africa, and International Merchant Bank. After many years in the banking industry, in 1990, Jim came together with some colleagues to found one of Africa's largest and most profitable bank, Zenith Bank. The bank was established with a vision to provide excellent customer service, innovative and technology-driven banking. Zenith Bank flourished as it drew customers who sought excellence in financial services. What started with an asset of $4 million and about 50 staff has grown into over $24 billion in assets and shareholders' funds of more than $3 billion as of June 2022. Zenith Bank is listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange and London Stock Exchange. Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes and economic instability.
We will build our own roads to our branches if we're building branches in some cities, towns where the roads are not good enough. We have also bought power plants, generating sets to power electricity into our building. When we do all this, we also even had dug borehole to supply water to the building. When we do all this, what I personally call it is BYOI, bring your own infrastructure or build your own infrastructure.
Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes. Zenith Bank has diversified its services to include insurance, pensions, stockbroking, and investment banking. The bank has won awards and recognition for its performance, governance, innovation, and social responsibility, inspired by its chairman's belief in giving back to community.
Really, it's my special pleasure, my honor indeed, for this opportunity offered by AAI to be awarded in the category of Business Leadership Award for 2017.
As an entrepreneur, Jim Ovia has made investments in sectors other than banking. They include oil and gas, telecommunication, real estate, power generation, media, and most recently, education. He is the founder and chancellor, James Hope University, Lekki, Lagos State, which has been approved by the National Universities Commission, NUC, to offer postgraduate degrees in business courses. Jim Ovia is a man who believes in giving back to society. He has engaged in philanthropic works through his foundations, Mankind United to Support Total Education, MUSTE, and Youth Empowerment, ICT Foundation. These foundations award scholarships to indigenous students and promote information and communication technology in Nigeria through various initiatives. Ovia has made donations towards courses and institutions. They include Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, NIPC, Nigerian Internet Group, NIG, Lagos State University, and National Information Technology Advisory Council, just to mention a few. In recognition of his contributions, Jim Ovia is a recipient of many honors and awards. In 2012, the University of Benin awarded him an honorary doctorate degree. Former President Muhammadu Buhari in 2022 conferred him with the national honor of the Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR. Also in 2022, Jim Ovia was conferred with the National Productivity Order of Merit, NPOM award, by the federal government of Nigeria. Jim Ovia is a proud member of the World Economic Forum, the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. He is also a member of several boards and councils.
We can't afford to lose depositors' money. We can't afford to lose money that belongs to stakeholders. So you must structure your industry in such a way that the best and nothing but the best are there.
As chairman of Zenith Bank with more than 9% stake, Jim Ovia in 2015 was estimated by Forbes to have a net worth of $550 million. This net worth obviously has been surpassed since then. Jim Ovia, as a business person, founded 5 companies, They are Zenith Bank PLC, the Quantum Group, Visaphone Communications, Quantum Luxury Properties, Civic Center Towers, and Cyberspace Network. Jim is member, Honorary International Investors Council. Kay Ovia is CEO, Quantum Markets Limited, a firm that offers stock brokerage services. She sits on the board of several organizations and is chairman, board of directors of Cyberspace Limited, a leading software engineering company. Cyberspace Limited is one of the pioneers in provision of internet services in Nigeria, providing network and software services. Kay, being at the head of a tech giant in Nigeria, teamed up with her husband, Jim, to strategically deploy robust IT infrastructure at Zenith Bank, which resulted in the development of digital products and technology-driven banking in Nigeria. Kay is an alumnus of Enugu State University of Technology, Souq, where she holds an MBA in management. She is much given to philanthropy, with several initiatives to transform lives, particularly those of the underprivileged. One of her projects targeted at children and youths, Star Rising Talent Hunt, aims at discovering and projecting hidden talents. Jim is married to businesswoman and philanthropist Kay Ovia. She's also a hotelier, proudly running Starwood Hotels. Jim and Kay Ovia are blessed with 5 children: Isioma, Zephyr, Tito, Tommy, and Jesse. As a family man, Ovia enjoys spending time with his family. He also likes reading and traveling. In order to pass on his vast wealth of knowledge on business and finance to African entrepreneurs, Jim Ovia authored a book titled Africa, Rise and Shine. The book was published in 2018 by Forbes Books. The book was written after he featured in an issue of Forbes, and it became the magazine's best-selling edition in Africa, that it had to be reprinted 4 times. The book, Africa Rise and Shine, paints the picture of his humble beginning from the small town of Agbo in Delta State, and against all odds, pushed through to become a global business icon, while providing insight on how to conquer challenges in African markets, taking advantage of the opportunities. The man, Jim Ovia, is a firm believer of Africa being a continent abundant with natural and human resources. He has constantly pitched the continent as a land filled with investment opportunities in international business forums such as the Harvard Business School Annual Africa Business Conference, Bloomberg Global Business Forum, Commonwealth Business Forum, and the World Economic Forum, where he has been invited to participate and even deliver keynote address. Jim Ovia remains one of the pride of Africa and a great contributor to Nigeria's economy and the financial landscape in Africa.
The world of business is one filled with men and women willing to dine with risk. And when we seek African business shapers, we see individuals who have denied self to build conglomerates. From controlling over 90% of diesel trade in Nigeria, to almost throwing in the towel, then getting on the Forbes list, we present Olufemi Peter Otedola. The Nigerian businessman and philanthropist was born in Ibadan, the capital of Oyo State, on the 4th of November 1962, into the family of late Sir Michael Otedola, the governor of Lagos State from 1992 to 1993. The University of Lagos Staff School, Akuka, welcomed Olufemi for his primary education and secondary education at Olivet Baptist High School, Oyo. Olufemi proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife, for his first degree, graduated and joined the family printing press business, working hard and gaining experience. Femi Otedola ventured out starting Centreforce Limited. The company focused on finance, investment and trading. The oil and gas sector was Femi Otedola's next port of call. From quite a very humble beginning in the oil and gas sector, utilizing connections and networks of family and friends, he cultivated partnerships in diesel supply chain, him being the last man to the final consumer. Challenges breed opportunities, and in Femi's case, it was a late delivery of diesel from his supplier with a broken truck, and he caught the idea. He could do better and provide better services. He ventured into diesel supply business, buying diesel from a retailer and supplying to companies. Femi Otedola encountered several difficulties securing his supply and timely meeting the demands of his growing clients. This definitely was an opportunity he identified in the fuel retail market. Otedola secured the finance and Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited was born, petroleum products marketing and distribution company. Otedola, owner and chairman of Zenon, in 2004 invested 15 billion naira in downstream infrastructure development and acquired storage depots at Ibadan, Apapa, as well as 4 cargo vessels, amounting to a combined total storage capacity of 147,000 metric tons. Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited also acquired a fleet of 100 DAF fuel tanker trucks. By 2005, Zenon controlled a major share of the Nigerian diesel market, supplying fuel to most of the major manufacturers in the country, including Dangote Group, Cadbury, Coca-Cola, Nigerian Breweries, MTN, Unilever, Nestle, and Guinness. Zenon Petroleum and Gas was the name on major invoices and Femi Otedola the name on every lips, playing toe-to-toe with major multinationals. Zenon, in a very short period, silenced the competition and almost unilaterally determined the price of diesel in Nigeria. The competitors came to Zenon for supply. Femi Otedola, with the massive success Zenon Petroleum and Gas achieved, bought a 28.7% stake in African Petroleum. Otedola branched into the financial sector and aggressively stocked up the shares of leading financial houses. He became a top shareholder in Zenith Bank, United Bank for Africa, and the largest importer of diesel in Nigeria. He acquired major shares of Africa's Finance Corporation, Mobile Oil Nigeria Limited, Chevron Texaco, and Visa Phone. Otedola has his hands deep in real estate investments, including an acquisition in February 2007 by Zenon of Stalin House in Victoria Island, Lagos from the federal government. Lagos, London, Dubai, Monaco all have the signatures of FO Property Limited. He was appointed chairman of the Transcorp Hilton Hotel Abuja and tasked with driving its expansion and upgraded to a 7-star facility. Otedola has served as a member of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council since 2004, was appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan to Nigeria's National Economic Management Team. Otedola is Chief Executive and President of the Seaforth Shipping Company Limited and was at one point Nigeria's largest ship owner after extending control over the distribution of diesel products. One of his ships, a flat-bottom bunker vessel with a storage capacity of 16,000 metric tons, was the first of its kind in Africa. In January 2006, Otedola was appointed a non-executive director of Transnational Corporation of Nigeria PLC, a multi-sectoral conglomerate established in 2004 by then President Olusegun Obasanjo to respond to market opportunities requiring heavy capital investment in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan Africa. He held this post until February 2011. Otedola was appointed chairman and chief executive of African Petroleum in 2007 through the acquisition of controlling stake in the business. Following Otedola's entry into the company, African Petroleum's share price rose sharply, increasing the market capitalization from 36 billion to 217 billion naira in 6 months. In March 2009, Otedola became the second Nigerian after Aliko Dangote to appear on the Forbes list of dollar-denominated billionaires with an estimated net worth of $1.2 billion. Otedola announced the move to upgrade African Petroleum's liquefied petroleum gas storage terminals in Lagos, Kano, and Port Harcourt in October 2009. Harsh economic conditions necessitated by the slump in the oil prices and credit squeeze of 2008-09 led African Petroleum to record a loss in 2009. With the world oil price crash came difficult moments for Zenon and Otedola. He was very close to complete bankruptcy.
I said to myself, I was not going to have friends and enemies. I was going to have only competitors. I had two options: commit suicide or weather the storm.
African Petroleum, rebranded in December 2010, changed its name to Fort Oil PLC. Otedola paid his near $1 billion debt and invested in the financial industry, making him a top shareholder in Zenith Bank and United Bank for Africa. Otedola restructured the business, focusing on technology and improved corporate governance, and in 2012, Fort Oil returned to profit. Otedola financed 57% of Fort Oil subsidiary, Amperion Limited, which acquired the 414 megawatt Geregu power plant for $232 million in 2013. Fort Oil improved financial position and diversification into power generation resulted in a 1,321% rise in its share price. The first half of 2014 saw the company's pre-tax profit more than double year-on-year to 4.1 billion naira. Revenue growth for the whole year was 33%. Fort Oil sold 70% of its equity to Swiss commodity trader Mercurial Energy Group in September 2015, giving Fort access to global commodity markets. The deal was thought to have given Otedola an estimated $200 million. In 2019, Femi Otedola sold Fort Oil PLC and announced plans to change focus from oil to power with his company, Geregu Power PLC. Geregu Power PLC became the first power generation company to list on Nigerian Stock Exchange, demonstrating to stakeholders in the sector how they can fix financing and make profits sustainably. The company's market capitalization is now 726.75 billion naira, and the share price now 290.7 naira from the 2.5 billion shares that were listed at 100 naira each. Otedola, the chairman of Geregu Power, sold down a Geregu stake to bring on institutional investors. In October 2021, Femi Otedola was announced as the single largest shareholder of First Bank PLC. FBN Holdings, the parent company of First Bank Limited, witnessed a commendable 437.9 billion naira surge in market capitalization. FBN Holdings appointed billionaire Femi Otedola as the new chairman of its board of directors effective January 31st, 2024. Femi Otedola has had its share of controversies. Zenon was among the number of companies named in an alleged fuel subsidy scam report. This was followed by a case against Farouk Lawan for bribery. Otedola has also lost in the ever-evolving competing space of business acquisitions. Transcorp and Huheli Power Plant are two notable projects he closely bidded and lost. Femi Otedola philanthropy is quite remarkable. Otedola made a 300 million naira donation to the completion of the National Ecumenical Center in Abuja. In 2007, he gave 200 million to the State Security Trust Fund in a drive to reduce crime in Lagos. He donated 100 million naira to the Otedola College of Primary Education in Egbe. In 2008, he donated 80 million to the Faculty of Agriculture at the University of Port Harcourt. Femi Otedola pledged and redeemed $25,000 to the Super Eagles in the match against Algeria in 2019 AFCON. He gave all 750 students of Augustine University 1 million naira each. Femi Otedola sits comfortably on the Forbes billionaires list of top 20 richest people in Africa. Femi Otedola is married to Mrs. Nana Otedola and have 4 children: Olawumi Christy Tolani, Florence Ifeoluwa, Elizabeth Temi, and Fewa Otedola. Olufemi Peter Otedola is a standout astute business executive.
Okay, as you know, my name is Babatunde Jala Epega. I shortened it. That was part of my journey to Baba Jala Epega. I was born here in Lagos, just a stone throw away from here in actually Lagos Hospital here. And I was expelled from school. I went to Corona Ikoyi at the age of 6. My teacher, who I found to be quite unjust at the time, made us all stand, and I remember this, even though it's like almost 45 years ago, but I remember standing outside Corona School in the heat with all the students in my class because one boy had done something and no one owned up. So I found that quite unjust that all of us had to suffer. So I picked up a stone and I threw that stone at my headmistress's glass and it broke her window. She told my parents, and my parents weren't very happy, of course, but they realized that I wasn't meant to be in a school like that here. So the teacher actually asked me to leave, and my parents took me to England. They said, take this child to England. We can't control this child here. He's a wild fellow. So as soon as I got to England, I went to Tunbridge Wells in Kent. I went to school there, and it was the most cold experience I've ever had in my life. I was 6.5 going to 7, and I went to boarding school at that age. And I think that woke me up in life straight away, that even in comfort, you still have steel. And by that I mean that everyone would think, oh, you are lucky, you went to England at 6, 7. But I was very young. I was put in a dormitory with children from England, from Japan, from Saudi Arabia. We were all very young. There was a lot of crying in the dormitory, 12 boys, 6 on each side. And the room was very cold. I remember the cold. But one other thing I got to learn was rugby. And through my life, rugby and learning to deal with my condition and environment has instilled a strength in me. And as we know in Nigeria, you have a lot of things that happen that are out of your control, but you have to find a way to evolve and adapt. And I think from the age of 6, 7, I was very lucky to have that. I went to the oldest school in the world called King's Canterbury, started by St. Augustine in 598 AD. This was the secondary school I went to. And my life seemed pretty, what they say, gold-leafed at the time. Everyone's like, you enjoy, you're in Nigeria, you're in London. I learned to speak Spanish. Unfortunately, I lost my Yoruba, but I'm trying to get that back. I learned to speak Spanish and French. But at the age of 17, my father had a stroke. And he was working too hard, obviously. And sadly, my mom and dad had split up by that time. So my whole life that seemed so rosy stopped because my father's business partners, all of them somehow took the business and it went away. And from that going away, we were left destitute. My dad was in a coma for 3 months, and my mother, who wasn't working, because my sisters and I have 2 lovely older sisters, Yewande and Gigi, we were still in school. So much so that my last year's school fees were not paid. But one of my uncles kindly paid for my school fees, and my mother had to go to work. She started her own business. She too was a journalist, Mrs. Ibiene Epega, but she started a chauffeur driving company and started using cars to drive people with her staff. So from that age where I thought a university was going to be given, I was left floating in the abyss because we didn't have financials. So for 1 year I had to work in a post office in London, and it was quite an eye-opener for me, but it didn't stop me from adapting. And again, adaptation helped me grow. So from being in a very wealthy family as a young man, coming to the age of 17 to become an adolescent, a grown-up, I realized that nothing is given. My father sadly was in a stroke, and when he had that stroke, he became semi-paralyzed. For another 30 years, he was semi-paralyzed. But my mother died quite soon after that time in a car crash on the road to Warri, because my Okrika side and Warri side is where my mom was from, even though my father was Ijebu. So my mother died at the age of, when I was 21, which was 20 actually, when I was starting university. And my father was semi-paralyzed. So I became the father of the family, even though my sisters were older and far more intelligent than me. But being the man, I had to take control of a lot of things. And I think that's what really gave me the tenacity to understand that I really need to be someone who doesn't just walk in one field. I need to spread my risk. From my university, I did mathematical economics and Spanish. I was able to go to University, Queen Mary College, London University. And from there I finished, as I said, I worked again. So I worked before I went to uni, and then I worked afterwards. And for me, life is about collaboration, communication, and tenacity. And I think those were my first 21 years. There were less people in Lagos in those days. I won't lie. I grew up every summer and even Christmas where we could afford it. Back in my day, 1978-79, Naira was 0.8 to £1. So you can understand that people were very wealthy. I think in those days there was like 40 million people. It wasn't that much of it because my dad was an estate surveyor. So we used to go to Abuja a lot. And he was one of the surveyors that gridded Abuja when it was being built during the late 70s, 80s with Obasanjo, and even before Murtala Mohammed. They were gridding it. And Lagos, or should I say Abuja, was made the capital. And Abuja is a model city of Milton Keynes, which is a model city of Paris. Just like Brasilia in Brazil was changed from Rio de Janeiro as a capital. So for me, coming back to Lagos was a joy. I enjoyed it because I was young. We used to just walk, run the streets on our bicycles and cycling, just exploring. Everything was open. There weren't as many cars. It was no big apartments, and there weren't as many people. So I had a beautiful time. There were a lot of lizards on the ground, and we used to throw stones at them. But that was my own youth. We used to go to the beach a lot. Bar Beach was around. It's not around now. Sadly, my dad used to take me to Bar Beach to see the capital punishment killings of armed robbers, and even Dimka, who was one of the leaders of the coup d'etat against Murtala Mohammed. We saw him shot there. Saturdays was a big day, and NTE used to have a channel. I think they still have their studio there. So one of our aunties, Miss Julie Coker, was there. So we saw a different side of Nigeria. We would go to Ibadan, we'll go to Ijebu, we'll go to Benin, we'll go to Port Harcourt by road. In those days, you could travel, and along the way, we go to Akure, you pick up mangoes, you pick up coconuts. My dad would pick up palm wine, all these things on the road that I don't know if you get it now because security is an issue. So for me, it was a romantic time. I think fashion evolving through Nigeria has started as a siloed industry. By that I mean every individual was doing their own thing. Whether they were a seamstress, a tailor, a designer, a stitcher, they were doing their own thing. But we are realizing that with the 200+ million people we have in Nigeria, you can't be an individual alone doing your own thing. So the evolution of fashion that I've seen in my own small way, as someone who's worked in the industry, is that there's more collaboration. The designers are looking for hire specialist artisans to help with their stitching, the styling, and the putting together of clothes and accessories. So I'm also seeing small grassroots shoots, very small at the moment, of the government playing a part in bringing together some kind of foundation so people can articulate their fashion designs to the world, because we have seen it in a lot of music. Obviously, Afrobeat is one of our biggest exports in this country. Obviously, there's oil and all the others, but I'm talking about within this entertainment, luxury, lifestyle industries. So we're trying to learn from that how private sector can play a part to enhance this fashion sector. So now we're seeing a lot of vibrant colors, a lot of styles. Men fashion is big. It's not just women's fashion. Men's grooming is massive. Hair and beauty as well. So men are taking care of ourselves more and more. And accessories. Accessories, I think, is fundamentally the quick fix of fashion, where we can enhance and create jobs and hyper growth in GDP by focusing on this. And this is where I implore the government with, working in mineral resources, our precious metals, semi-precious metals, help those industries to grow. There's a great lady, Janet Adeyemi, who works in Women in Business, and she is working within that. Let's help our fairer sex or the female gender to grow in business as well, because there's a fundamental knowledge that if half your population are women, as ours is roughly, or maybe 51%, 52%, you have to educate the women so they too can add to GDP. It's a simple economist theory. You can't leave them out of it because it's very important. And these industries in fashion are enhanced by women, and we need to push that forward. I think the banking system needs to be augmented, and I'm saying this from the government's perspective. The ease of doing business in Nigeria, as an investor myself, a foreign investor as well as being an indigent in Nigeria, the problem is not getting your money to Nigeria, it's getting your money out of Nigeria. Not that you want to suck all the money out of the country, but what can help is the floating exchange rates, the flow and liquidity of money that can come in and out of the country. A lot of investors are worried about how they get their money out of Nigeria. So I think our banking system, going back to the central bank, which they're working on, needs to be much more fluid. So people feel they can invest and take money out. But also, we need to articulate what is on offer. We need to start some kind of documentation of who is available to have investment with, where they can be found, because it's because we are quite an opaque economy, meaning that people can't see the end of where they're putting their money. Once we do that basis and open up the lights within which kind of businesses are available to be invested in, I think a lot of investors, domestic and international, will be more willing to put money to it. I think content creation for me has been an evolution. I started as an ex-banker, as I said. I used to trade futures and options in Barclays Bank. I was on the Life Exchange, trading bonds, and I found that wasn't my life. I wanted to be more closer to people. Some people can be bankers on the trading desk or trading floor, but not for me. So I started doing events. I was very lucky enough to show that I was quite adept at doing events. So a big company called Richemont, they owned Cartier, Dunhill, Hackett. They were part of British American Tobacco. They took me on to do their events. So I was doing a lot of polo matches, a lot of Christmas parties, a lot of brand activation events in England. So for me, I got a lot of content knowledge from that. Different styles, people, different countries. But in the last 10 years, I felt that helping companies like LinkedIn, Google, all kinds of big banks in Europe and America was not my remit. My business, EMC3, was going very strongly in America. But as a Niger man, I didn't feel love in America. I know that everyone says it's the land of opportunity, but being someone of my own African descent, I didn't like the mentality there. People are good, but the infrastructure is racist institutionally, as we know. So I felt I wanted to give something back to Nigeria. And with all the 20 years of, at that time, about 17 years of knowledge I gained from doing some of the best Grand Prix parties in the world, Formula One, around Monza, Silverstone, Abu Dhabi, I was doing a lot of events. I thought, let me take this back to Nigeria. I didn't have to come back to Nigeria. I wanted to. And I know with all our grievances with Nigeria, if you ask many Africans about Nigeria, they'll say, they look up to us. You guys, you have Chinua Achebe, you have Wole Soyinka, you have Fela Kuti. What's your problem? You have Chimamanda Adichie. What's your problem? So we have to take ownership and say, yeah, we do have all these people. We have Afrobeats, whether it's Burna Boy, Davido, the Venus Bushfires, all these different people that are exported. Let us look inside and say, wow, we do have a lot. So I wanted, as a content creator, to show Nigeria in all the different sectors that we do have a lot. And that's why with the marketing and communications company that I've started, my own company, I felt I could touch so many sectors. And finance, as I mentioned, I work with banks. Also government, Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, a very great entity. I work in fashion, with brand labels and people across the board. There are great shops like Alara here that also promote African fashion and African business. And did you know even Leventis does a lot of research, Nigerian bottling company, to help this country. And do you know Nigeria was blowing glass 1,000 years, almost 1,000 years before Europe knew glass blowing. And it's been found in Oyo State only recently. So it's very important that architecturally, we take ownership of our country. The Nok civilization that has been in the mid to, I think it's above Abuja, near Benue, and even Niger River, above those basins, that has a lot of artifacts and a lot of archaeological excavation potential. But we've allowed that just to linger. People have stolen a lot of our artifacts. Nigeria was known for Benin bronzes. We were the best smelters of iron before people were smelting iron. So these are things we have to take stock of. And me as a content creator, I bring all that information together and I make sure that people acknowledge it and are aware of it. So then that will uplift us all. Now, this is a political question, but I believe with our background of the last 20, 30 years, we've had, sadly, leaders who have been militarily inclined, let's just call it that. And as we know, military people, they don't like educated people because educated people will ask questions. So we have had what we call a dismemberment of education in Nigeria for the last 35 years. And that has played an endemic part in retarding the gross domestic productivity of our country because our youths and even people up to my age and older have not had the infrastructure, middle-class education that is needed for a country to grow. You look at the Industrial Revolution in the 19th century in Europe, especially in Britain, and you look how they were expanded by merchants and artisans and specific skilled workers. Apprenticeships were big, education was huge. There was what they call a noblesse obligée, a nobility obligation that people who are rich give back to institutions, not to church, to institutions that will help education. And that is where I think we've had a disconnect. Education was lacking. So for me, the way that we can help, it takes time. This new government is in. They are trying to implement the 8-point agenda, which is a good agenda. But everyone's looking for results now. Nigeria has been in a very bad state. There's global downturn. Obviously, cost of living is so high as it has been for a while. Nigeria is exacerbated, but in Europe, cost of living is high. There are some stupid wars going on around the world that has meant oil prices have skyrocketed. And you know, with the rocketing of oil, everything goes up price-wise. So Nigeria needs to reevaluate education and apprenticeship. I believe even in fashion industry especially, apprenticeship is very important. Whether it's weaving, designing, marketing, online, whatever it is, factories, you need apprenticeship. And that's the quick fix of education. But education is fundamental to everything. Education of men and women, or girls and boys, both. Let's be honest, we need both sides of our genders to work together. You know, Yoruba, we've always been what we call a dual binary kind of culture. We've always thought of male and female as one, and it's very important. Even in our names, Taiwo and Kehinde, you won't know if it's male or female. So we have to really educate ourselves that we can work together. And I think our women are our future. I can't even emphasize that more. And education is key. But it takes time. I think Japa syndrome is very real. Everyone wants a better life. Let's not lie. You want a better life for yourselves, but for your family, your parents, your children. And the opportunities in Nigeria, even when you have been educated and you finish graduate here, to find jobs is not easy. The infrastructure is very bad for job creation. And this is being worked on, we know. And the last 8 years has been fundamentally broken. But we know this new government is changing that. But specifically, Japa in Canada, they need our brains. You go across the world and you ask any nation, especially America, who are the best educated, the best, integrated, and the most proficient people, Nigerians. So it's not that we are stupid, it's that we don't have the infrastructure at home. And America, Canada, Europe, they're giving us the infrastructure. So getting out of Nigeria is not easy. There are opportunities and policies that allow it, but going across the border to Libya is not the way. You spend $5,000, $4,000, which is almost 4 or 5 million naira to try and get to Europe, and then you are treated like a dog when you get there. That's not the way. But you know, there are certain policies that can take you to these countries. And in Britain, for instance, it's not all, the streets aren't paved in gold, but if you earn £1 in Britain, you send that home, that £1 is 1,300 naira. So, and the minimum wage is £14 an hour now in Britain. So you can do the maths of that. So someone who is earning £14 an hour, if they work 10 hours in a day, they've earned over £100, which is 100,000 naira. So the maths, of course, is what makes people want to go there, because even if you are working there, obviously you're paying British rates, so your rent, your cost of utilities, your food and drink, your transport comes into play. It's not cheap there. But the money you send, even if you're only sending £100 a month back to your mom, that's 100,000 naira. So, or 130,000 naira in today's rate. So you can do the maths. That's why people are going. And the security in these countries is, and the education, to be quite frank, is better. But it doesn't mean they are better. We have to build a house, you must thatch the roof from within, so your roof doesn't cave in. And I think that's very important. Not that people shouldn't go home. I mean, go out of the country, but they should always come home as they can. Because we need, you see the Pakistanis doing it, you see the Indians doing it, you see the Arabs, they go home and they build their own countries. It's not good to just japa and leave. You have to come home as well. I think my success is down to, as much as I can say a success, because it's still a book that is not finished and the stories are still unwritten, is a tenacity of hard work. It's very important that people understand that it takes a lifetime to look like an overnight success. It doesn't just come. What I'm still doing, I'm not the most successful in my business, but I love my business. And if you can find something that you love and you can make money out of, then you're in heaven on earth, to be quite frank.